or against them. Like we're fighting this season. That's the beauty. Previously, when I came, I didn't know. I didn't have a feeling if we're going to come back or not. But now I always feel like we're in it.
When you're winning games, right, it brings a different energy. When you're winning week in, week out, or you drop points here and there, but like you're winning 80% of your games or something, you're on a high. I think it makes a really big difference to Adam. He's been unbelievable as a president, as he's got obviously last year. So he's obviously been a big part of all of this, and he's been doing unbelievable. Big credit to everyone, to be honest. We're on the right track, I believe, and hopefully we just get better from here.
It's all about the brotherhood. It's all about passion. It's all about, if my brother's falling down, what can I do to pick him up? Or how can I pick him up?
It doesn't matter what you do at a club. If you're there long enough, it becomes like your property kind of. It feels like you have a piece. You want to stand up and protect it. So I'll always want to protect this club, no matter what.
We focus on everything. We focus on all the aspects. And I think that's what a lot of clubs don't have. A lot of clubs hate on us because of that. And the fact that we bring passion to the sport, there's no limit. The sky's the limit. When you have teams like Fitzroy, who's been up there and played the nationals, or you have teams like Moreland who played national tournaments as well, if they can do it, why can't we?
I would say Layla Abdul-Latif.
I think Amanda Araha from Fitzroy.
Claudia Fuscalzo.
Oh, I'll be biased. Reed Jacobs, because she doesn't even know what she's got to do before she does it, let alone us. But then from across the league, Alexis from Fitzroy, she's too good. And Karina's alright.
Let me actually think. Fitzroy's white kit.
Which team has the best kit in the league?
Biased opinion, but also Fitzroy.
That's easy, it's us. I'm sorry, it's us.
Not a question, Melbourne AKU.
Liz Air.
I think that one will have to be Layla Abdul-Latif. She would definitely win every time.
Ooh. Layla Abdul-Latif. Baller.
If I was a girl, probably not Layla.
The most clutch player in the competition is definitely Claudia Fuscalzo. She is number one for sure. Sarah Easthope. I'm going to say Amanda Aroha.
I think this player gets underrated a lot, but Rebecca Davis.
Claudia Fuscalzo. Gisela Pepino.
Why do people hate Hume, and why do they hate where we're going to and heading to? I can truly say it's jealousy.
You can see he's pretty professional now. Even for me, from an outsider's perspective, I can see the development of the club, and it's just a different level.
I said, look, I want to take Hume into a different direction of expanding our connections, and that's when we started thinking abroad and thinking about, okay, what's Hume's future looking like? Are we going to sit the same, or are we going to grow?
A part of any journey is learning, right? So Adam's learnt a lot, you can see. Made a lot of mistakes in the past.
It was a rebuild. I took players from Championship. I took players from outdoor. Anything just to stay into the league. Obviously not to let the Hume badge fall. We took into a different direction, which was the wrong direction.
And you can see how we can transform a team within a very short period of time. It's only been, what, 6-7 months? And we're like a really well-oiled engine now.
Going for top three, sitting top three at the moment, where everyone doubted us, coming from relegation, bringing in one of the best coaches in Australia for futsal, bringing in players that are young but can shine. I think that's the best step that we've taken, pretty much.
Nandul came in and brought different kind of energy. Obviously, I came back from injury pretty much the same week as Nandul signed with us, so it was kind of like a coincidence. You can see the progress and what we've been doing for that long, how much we've improved as a club.
Even when they're undermanned, even when the odds are against them, like we're fighting this season. That's the beauty. Previously, when I came, I didn't know. I didn't have a feeling if we're going to come back or not. But now I always feel like we're in it.
When you're winning games, right, it brings a different energy. When you're winning week in, week out, or you drop points here and there, but like you're winning 80% of your games or something, you're on a high. I think it makes a really big difference to Adam. He's been unbelievable as a president, as he's got obviously last year. So he's obviously been a big part of all of this, and he's been doing unbelievable. Big credit to everyone, to be honest. We're on the right track, I believe, and hopefully we just get better from here.
It's all about the brotherhood. It's all about...
Well, good evening, wherever you are watching in Victoria, across the nation, or indeed around the world, and welcome to the conclusion of what's been quite a glorious Melbourne Friday, not just in terms of the weather, but in terms of its sporting stature as well. And that doesn't just go for this great city, it goes for the entire nation of Australia. Friday has been kick-started with World Cup qualification for the round of 32, and now we turn to Darebin and to the final day of the Series Futsal Women's opening season for 2026. For one final time this season, it is well and truly match day here. Two teams to kick us off in the early game that have had respective mixed bags, and they see themselves now at the finish line. Aku have had quite the strange campaign, entering as thrice-time champions. The expectation may have been to challenge for a fourth, though some topsy-turvy early months really put a dent in that. They did find their form and a strong close in the previous few weeks of the season, and it's one which has gifted them the ever so serene final day without any jeopardy this evening. They cannot go up or down in the league. Top three's been wrapped up for a little while, and they're off to a quick start with Shimizu, who wins the game's first corner in quick succession. Up against the 1-0 side, who entered with silverware still shining from that FOS Cup fantasy, which closed out the calendar year just gone. Form has at times failed them, though, this campaign, and as a result, the top four finish or a bottom place finish are still on the table for Costa Fruitus and Co. My name's Ethan Rigg, and welcome to what has the makings to be a massively important night. It is coronation evening as well in Darebin, though that is for later on in the show. This here and now, the opening installation, and when these two last met, played out a massively entertaining 7-all draw. A real heart stopper, first signed at 1-0, and Aku had got themselves into quite a classic of a game, really. One of the most exciting ones we have seen here. And tonight they are closing out the show. Daniel Bradley looked long. Svekopoulos was there to cut out the touch from Magro, and already there is the cause for some conversation on the Aku bench. Maria Patrikis already setting the bench personnel in order. Kumu, Joako now the only two not in kit on the Aku touchline. On what has been a really strange start to this game. Mergianos unable to go through the legs of Jacobs. Smith got it from Svetkopoulos. Rhiannon Jacobs once more was met firmly by Mergianos, who had Shimizu up with her. Now 2 in retreats. Svetkopoulos got in, just as Magro was looking to get on the end of it. Rhiannon Jacobs went to steer it into a channel where there was no runner. Costa Fruta-Saman hoping for a fruitful end to the season this evening. Aku, well and truly solidified in the top 3, will want that gap, instead of only being 5, to be out to 11 points, to perhaps give more of a reflection as to what they think the second half of the season has brought for them. Sadie Smith went down the line for Jacobs. Mergianos was there to challenge and went and won it and had 2 up with her. Mergianos skipped beyond Smith, though, then ran into now 2. Jacobs leading the charge the other way. Duff was in retreats. Karina now 2, looked to work an angle, was met by Duff, which was a battle that she went to go and win, though ran out of room before being able to give it a try. Shimizu. And Mergianos, who's still nursing a little bit of an inadvertent knock she got a moment ago. And then is hustled by Jacobs, got it out for Duff, who skipped away from Smith. And steered for Shimizu in behind, and with a delightful chip, steers 1-0 ahead on the final day. Lofted lusciously over Lara Elhayek, and in fact it is Aku who have the lead. Glorious loft. Shimizu with a smooth finish. 1-0 who were looking to start the last day brightly now find themselves chasing. Mergianos. Jacobs scrappily. Battle with Formica as well. And what a free kick in the end. Fast Melbourne Aku start. Now 2 went to Spirit. Bradley a touch uncertain and palmed it away for a corner. Smith steered for Svetkopoulos, cut out by Formica. Mergianos dropped it off for Duff. Alexia Duff given room to drive, and 2 up with her, one of whom was Mergianos. Trying to ward off Smith and Jacobs, found no way through. Rhiannon Jacobs then took over. Svetkopoulos. Trying to steer it for Jacobs once more, though wasn't quite able to find her. Flung long by Bradley. Duff's flick! Found its way through the lots. 2 in next to no time. And Aku are flying out of the traps on the final day. Shimizu started it, the direct route this time though, for Alexia Duff, whose header was deft and dipped beyond Elhayek. As Jacobs was looking to halve the deficit with immediacy. Who wasn't able to find an angle, to find a way to fire. There's Duff once more. Mergianos, clip for Shimizu, smashingly so. Now 2 in retreats. One who wanted a tempered start have thus found themselves in the midst of an evergreen forest for which they cannot find a way through. A couple later arrivals for Kiyomi and Joakon, Isha Attic, Miko Yamashita as well, getting themselves ready. Now 2's take, Bradley. Again, awkwardly dealt with it. Smith's side ball. This time only able to steer it out for the keeper's ball. And Bradley is in a hurry. Shimizu as well, who spun now too terrifically and lashed it wide of the far post. Inches from a third. And a really, really quick fire. Start to the evening. Svetkopoulos momentarily was able to ward off. Shimizu is on the charge, and this time denied by Ohayek. Tidy footwork from Bella Scully Smoothie as well. Shimizu's take. Here is Scully Smoothie. They're way beyond now too, having spun Jacobs. She sold Smith short though. And just as Duff had stolen in, wasn't able to poke it to Scully Smoothie, though was able to evade Ohayek. Ohayek steered out for Smith. Svetkopoulos unable to keep it. No, it acted as an inadvertent dummy for Jacobs. She went to go around Mergianos, though couldn't. A quick Aku 1-2 punch, the difference early. Jacobs unable to keep it, nearly fell for Smith. She got in ahead of Scully Smoothie, and then Jacobs, Duff dropped it off. Now Mergianos. Shimizu. Alexia Duff, who evaded now too. Shimizu for Scully Smoothie, whose effort ricocheted off her shin and into the palms of Ohayek. Now Mergianos got away from Jacobs, though not now too. Shimizu, Scully Smoothie. Duff. Shimizu once more. As mentioned, Coronation Night. The trophy is in the building. The Women's Series Futsal Victoria title. Later on this evening, it will either be held aloft by Fitzroy or by Victoria Lions. That is all to be decided. Early edition, though, is one where Aku are further cementing their top three position. Annabelle Mergianos. Duff dropped it back for Mergianos. Svetkopoulos had an interest momentarily. Now two cut the ball out. Svetkopoulos on for Jacobs with options left and right. One of whom was Karina now too, who was unable to evade Scully Smoothie. And she in turn could not prevent a corner. Fizzed across by now too. No one was arriving at the back stick to give it a finishing touch. Costa Frucits perhaps affording some agency on the touchline for his players to go and enact on what has been not the start they would have envisioned so far. There's now two, wins a corner. Duff came across the block. Corner was taken with haste. Too much on it for Jacobs though. There's Fogarty. Mergianos. Jacobs was momentarily in retreat. It's a good read from Smith, who then evaded Duff. Now two, also skipped beyond Alexia Duff, who then won and won it back. Fogarty, Duff, now Skelly Smoothie. Mergianos sold short. Jacobs on the follow-in, has got one back. Opportunistic for Rhiannon Jacobs, though expertly belted beyond Bradley, and 1-0 of half the deficit. And there will be no Aku clean sheet to close the season. 1-0, having been on the wrong end of a 5-minute flurry, now finding themselves clawing their way back. Rhiannon Jacobs, goal number 11 for the campaign. On closing day, though, that's lovely from Mergianos, all until the final touch, which was a fraction too heavy. As now two steered it on, searching for Jacobs. Well, mopped up by Bradley. And now Fogarty. Skelly Smoothie, return for Fogarty on for Mergianos, who shifted a yard for herself, and Alhayek made a smart save, though Fogarty kept it alive. Mergianos. Set back for Duff. Annabelle Mergianos, Fogarty. And Mergianos needed a palm from Alhayek. Now to the first on scene, and then could only clear. Set quickly by Skelly Smoothie for Duff, who's danced her way beyond two. Still on the charges, Duff. Now Fogarty. Duff. Patient from Aku. Alexia Duff waiting for a yard. Mergianos had one. Went to clip to the back post, and it struck Rhiannon Jacobs on the arm. It will be a free kick. Quick glance at the clock for Kuimu and Joe Acom, who flirted with the possibility of timeout momentarily. Annabelle Mergianos makes way. Shimizu reinstated. Aku in search of a third. Only one in the 1-0 wall. It is Fogarty's free kick. Smith did her job. Shimizu on the rebound. Fired high and wide. Always an entertaining one, this fixture this season. Look all the way back to the first time they met. Aku far too strong for 1-0 to open up things in March as Skelly Smoothie. Denied by Alhayek at the near post, cleared by now two. Jacobs couldn't get it under. Shimizu on for Fogarty, who's flashed it wide of the post. Took a touch on the way. Another Aku corner. Skelly Smoothie for Duff, who got in on her own and just wasn't able to steer it more menacingly. Costa Fruitsis now pondering a timeout perhaps. Slip is in hand. Not best pleased with the start he's seen. Good read by Duff, who cut it out from Smith. Shimizu. On for Alexia Duff once more. Alhayek came sliding. Now two helped it on its way, though no further than Fogarty. Duff couldn't steer around the corner. Smith will let it trickle out of play, and Costa Fruitsis will now give timeouts. And so, for the first time on the final day, we will go to a break. 1-0 issued it. They went 2 down early, though have half the deficit. It's Melbourne Aku 2, 1-0 1.
It's all about passion. It's all about, if my brother's falling down, what can I do to pick him up? Or how can I pick him up?
It doesn't matter what you do at a club. If you're there long enough, it becomes like your property kind of. It feels like you have a piece. You want to stand up and protect it. So I'll always want to protect this club, no matter what.
We focus on everything. We focus on all the aspects. And I think that's what a lot of clubs don't have. A lot of clubs hate on us because of that. And the fact that we bring passion to the sport, there's no limit. The sky's the limit. When you have teams like Fitzroy, who's been up there and played the nationals, or you have teams like Moreland who played national tournaments as well, if they can do it, why can't we?
And so returning from timeouts for the first time on the final day. Aku with a quick start. 1-0 have halved the deficit through their top scorer. Rhiannon Jacobs, her 11th of the campaign, has just got them a vested interest, though she has got a bit of a problem. clip on the way. A real brief moment of concern on the 1-0 touchline, though. Jacobs waves it away. She's all good to continue. Now to set it long. Formica didn't get a touch. Long on for Shimizu, who took it down tidily. Now Fogarty. Wasn't able to break for Yamashita. Jacobs. Smith got the ricochet and then could only find touch. Yamashita. Shimizu. Yamashita, who clipped it wonderfully for Formica. And then for Fogarty at the back post as well. So Smith in retreat did enough to deter. Ahayek's turn to go direct. Jacobs unable to get it under and unable to keep it. And you think all the way back to right at the very start of this campaign, right at the start of the season, that first Friday night in February. A couple of new dawns. Aku started with a win over Hume, 1-0 themselves. Lost to Victoria Lions. Season of expectation for this side hasn't quite transpired with the success they would have hoped. And for Melbourne Aku, that opening win, they thought was one that kick-started the pursuit for a formidable fourth consecutive title. There's Yamashita on the follow-in. Ahayek was watchful and got down low. Now to Smith. A bit too far behind Jacobs. There's Fogarty to clip for Yamashita. Well read by now too. Sienna Fogarty for Formica. Now to Jacobs. Fogarty with another good challenge. Karina now too. Smith. No way beyond Shimizu. Who steered on for Formica. The ricochet found Shimizu once more. Double delight. And Aku have got their buffer back. Steered coolly, crisply. A slight stroke of fortune about how the ricochet found. Though the finish from Shimizu was certain. And Aku's bright final day starts. Now yields its third. Shimizu once more. Fogarty. Shimizu. Fogarty threaded for Yamashita. It evaded now too, and Smith, who lunged a leg out at it. Mercedes Smith now. Now two, no way beyond Shimizu. Fogarty. Formica. Magianos getting ready on the Aku bench for her reintroduction. Yamashita's clip. Appreciated by Shimizu, who was not obliged with a run. This also opportunity tonight for seasonal bragging rights in this particular fixture. 1 win each and a draw in between that. Last time they met, 14 goals, split 7 either way. Aku, of course, the first encounter. 1-0 the second encounter. That was one that, just for a moment, made them dream of a top 3 finish. Form has not transpired as they would have hoped in the time since. They sit 8 adrift, though they know they still must be at their best this evening. Still for Mergianos. Cannot finish bottom of the table, though are in peril if Carlton Heart are to win in the late kick-off tonight. Svekopoulos, Shimizu poked it from behind. Now two, and Smith unable to steer it productively further forward. Instead of Mergianos. Yamashita, Shimizu. Had Formica going one way. Mergianos tried to thread for Yamashita. And then came steering through to challenge Smith. Svekopoulos got the final flick. Shimizu, Mergianos, Shimizu. Formica with a good take. Now two's challenge benefited Yamashita, whose central steer was cut out. Miko Yamashita then went the other way and challenged well in retreat. Got it back from Mergianos, who she returned it to. Very measured Melbourne Aku approach. Yamashita went to clip for Shimizu and couldn't. Svekopoulos. Smith. Given away to Shimizu. Smith got a foot in. Mergianos challenge now too. Marie Svekopoulos. Oh, way beyond Annabelle Mergianos. That's for 1-0 as well. Leaky start to the night for a side where only Hume have conceded more. One of three in excess of a century. Formica looking to inflict more pain. Now two blocked at the expense of a corner. Formica's take Mergianos on her own. Postage stamp from Annabelle Mergianos. And Aku on the final day are running riot. Sauntered in entirely unmarked. The touch was deft, the finish devastating. And for Annabelle Mergianos, her first season in Aku Evergreen. Now, no one for them this season has more than her 14 goals. And didn't she take it well? Svekopoulos' touch only fell for Duff, whose drive was wider than near post. Hikes had a busy half. Multiple time Golden Glove winner. Has been called into action frequently. Here is Shimizu, nowhere beyond Smith, who had to tiptoe beyond Duff, and Shimizu was in behind on search of a hat-trick squared for Yamashita, who will steer into a vacant net. Maybe the perfect end to a season of struggle. Aku playing with freedom, with purpose, fluidity and firepower. Have hit 5 and we're not yet 7 from the break. As Jacobs wanted to go in turn to draw one back. Her effort, one which Bradley was unbothered by. Mergianos. As well found by Yamashita. Still Annabelle Mergianos on for Duff, who crept in round the back. And Mergianos on the follow-in is at the double herself. And this is an Aku free-for-all. Already 1-0 hit for 6. And for Annabelle Mergianos, who made the move over from Northern Phoenix. It has been a season of growth, and that's a magnificent take. Duff tried to steer for Skelly Smoothie. Svekopoulos did enough, which allowed Al to gather. Now 2. Jacobs had 3 to go rounds, and retrospectively won a free kick. Opportunity perhaps for 1-0 to claw themselves back into this game. They did so when it ended 7-0. Now two's take. Yamashita got a foot in. As the corner was taken for Karina now too, who again fired over. Flung long is Mergianos, who dropped it off well. Yamashita, now Duff. Went with Loft for Mergianos, who is chasing a first half hat-trick. Just wasn't able to find a finishing touch on that occasion. Wasn't able to be found though. Mergianos gets another look, and on the drive this time, forced a diligent save out of Al-Hayek. She in turn went long for now too, whose touch was tidy. Svekopoulos. Karina now two. Duff in ahead of Jacobs. Scully Smoothie. Alexia Duff, cut out by now two. Mergianos, now two in retreat, did well. Menacingly into the channel, and Alexia Duff was alert, where she had to get a foot in. Again in search of Svekopoulos, again unable to find her. Has been the tale of the half for 1-0 so far, as Danielle Bradley's lob hits the railing. Its first intervention of the evening. Referee on the far side, Adrian Attard, quick to point it out. As now two, trying to ward off Skelly Smoothie, whose challenge was a good one. Mergianos, Fogarty, who returned it for Annabelle Mergianos. She was unaware of the direction it was headed in. All trickled out of play in the end. Fogarty's nod. Alexia Duff. Beyond Jacobs, got a foot in and wins a free kick on further inspection. 5 to the break in Darabin. And so far it has been the Melbourne Aku show. This is the evening where they depart the castle walls. The monarchy has been ended. Their 3-term reign at its close. Though if this is to be their final banquet as reigning champions, they are certainly feasting as Mergianos herself wraps up a first half hat-trick. Relentless. And though Al-Hayek intervened, Annabelle Mergianos had it full her way at the second try. And fired with certain, and fired with a particular fullness. Jacobs looking for retorts. 1-0 one to corner, which retrospectively they will get. Svekopoulos' take. Now two. Skelly Smoothie really warding her off. Fogarty then got a foot in. Skelly Smoothie on the drive. Now Duff. Warded off two. And with enough contact to win a free kick. It's tidily done from Alexia Duff. Fogarty's free kick, hit with fizz and just wide of the far post. Al-Hayek had a good view of it, though had that been on target, maybe a little bit unsteady. She was planted to the spot. And for Sienna Fogarty, had that been the other side of the post, she may very well have got in on the act herself. Has been that kind of half for Melbourne Aku. They started quickly and have not looked back since. And here is Fogarty once more. Skelly Smoothie, nowhere beyond now 2. Tidy footwork from Fogarty on for Formica to have a drive. And now Hayek with a firm pair of hands. Smith. Now 2. Sadie Smith once again. Svetkopoulos went to return it. Nowhere beyond Duff. Now 2. And then we go beyond Skelly Smoothie. And now Formica. Jacobs in retreats. Tried to stiff for Skelly Smoothie. Smith got in the way. Formica was firm and Formica hustled. Now 2. Formica just stepped up momentarily. Greener now 2 forced long. Only found Bradley, who speared it for Formica, who took it tidily. And Karina now 2 in with some force. Another Aku free kick. 1-0's fourth foul. They just have to be a little bit cautious to the break. Ice beneath their feet, thinning. There's Fogarty's drive. It's a good save from El Hayek. This time Formica, who was unable to get it under. Smith now. Look to steer down the line. Sienna Fogarty will watch it trickle over and out of play. It's of course the first of 3 this evening to close the season. The 2 to follow will decide the destination of the title. Hume Fitzroy will be up next. And remember, if the Tigers are to be victorious, title number 5 for them will be theirs, regardless of what Victoria Lions do in the late kickoff. If they are to lose, though, it puts their position in peril. A point, and it may very well be decided on goal difference if Victoria Lions are to get 3 points late on. Now here is Jacobs on the drive, and Jacobs drills it beyond Bradley to get herself a double and just to chip one back. 1-0 are within 5. Worth mentioning, last time they met it did end 7-all. It is now 7-2. Stayed long for Svetkopoulos to get a touch and a corner. Fogarty was lurking. Fogarty's take. Alexia Duff on the drive. Able to do so menacingly for Al Hayek. It's Karina now too. Svetkopoulos fancied a go her own, and it was not far away from the far post. In fact, it needed a touch from Bradley and will be a corner. Smith's take. Now two's return, cut out by Shimizu, who is on the charge, and Karina now two's slide was a good one. Fogarty. Gorgeous ball for Shimizu, and Al Hayek got a palm. Fabulous threads from Sienna Fogarty though. Aku corner, Yamashita's take, Shimizu with 2 to ward off. Miko Yamashita, Shimizu inadvertently got in the way, and then nearly benefited from it. Yamashita had a go. And it needed a touch off now too. It will be a corner. Corner set by Yamashita for Alexia Duff to drive. Fogarty nearly went acrobatically to try and steer it goalwards. But just wasn't quite able to apply a finishing flurry. Fogarty then got up, nodded on for Shimizu. That's a lovely take. Fogarty, Yamashita. Well, read by Svetkopoulos, taken over by Jacobs. Rhiannon Jacobs on the charge and just whipped it wide of that far post once again. Created a couple of late opportunities for themselves of 1-0. Seeing how many they can try and claw back before the break. Get the feeling another before the break could just change the complexion of Costa Frutas' team talk. Shimizu though for Yamashita, who gave it a poke. Now Two's block took this thing out. Al Hayek fancies a drive from distance, and Bradley was firmly behind it to gather and release Fogarty, who had a go herself. Al Hayek with a safe pair of hands. And a fling out for Jacobs, who steered towards Svetkopoulos. Bradley got a slide. Yamashita was there to mop up. Shimizu with a swivel. Now Two got a foot in. Will be a free kick, and that will be 5 fouls. And on top of that as well, a yellow card for Karina now too. Finds herself in the book on the final day. 71 seconds to half time. Fogarty's free kick. Shimizu got a yard on Smith. Good save at the near post by Al Hayek. Shimizu's corner. Set for Alexia Duff, away from Svetkopoulos. Got it back from Shimizu. Now Yamashita who'll have a go. And it needed the block by Jacobs, just to allow Al Hayek to gather without much fuss. She searched for Smith. Duff got a boot in before it could find Svetkopoulos, and Yamashita kept it alive. Fogarty. Shimizu. Dropped it off for Duff. Is there one last Aku look? Yamashita wanted an overlap. That never came. Here is now Two now. Look for Jacobs, who got the ricochet off Shimizu, though then only found the palms of Bradley. Miko Yamashita. Duff. Shimizu. Fogarty. Little flick from Smith. Saw it out of play. Final first half embers. On what is a bit of a chilly night in the northern quarter, as Shimizu on the drive. There is to be a late goal for Aku. The perfect way to go to the break. Shimizu stole in at the back post and fired firmly beyond Al Hayek, who was no chance. And Aku add one more on the stroke of half-time. A half for them that has been as close to perfect as perhaps they could get. A hat-trick for Annabelle Mergianos. Shimizu as well, adding a treble. As we go to half-time in Darabin, it's Melbourne Aku 8, 1-0 2.
I would say Layla Abdul too.
I think Manda Araha from Fitzroy.
Claudia Fuscalzo.
Oh, I'll be biased. Reed Jacobs, because she doesn't even know what she's got to do before she does it, let alone us. But then from across the league, Alexis from Fitzroy. She's too good. And Karina's alright.
Let me actually think. Fitzroy's white kit.
Which team has the best kid in the league?
Biased opinion, but also Fitzroy.
That's easy, it's us. Oh, I'm sorry, it was us.
Not a question, Melbourne AKU.
Liz Air.
I think that one will have to be Layla Abdulatif. She would definitely win every time.
Layla Abdulatif. Baller.
If I was a girl, probably not Layla.
The most clutch player in the competition is definitely Claudia Friscalzo. She is number one for sure.
Sarah Easthope. I'm going to say Amanda Aroha.
I think this player gets underrated a lot, but Rebecca Davis.
Claudia Friscalzo. Gisela Pepino.
Why do people hate Hume, and why do they hate where we're going to and heading to? I can truly say it's jealousy.
You can see he's pretty professional now. Even for me, from an outsider's perspective, I can see the development of the club, and it's just a different level.
I said, look, I want to take Hume into a different direction of expanding our connections, and that's when we started thinking abroad and thinking about, okay, what's Hume's future looking like? Are we going to sit the same, or are we going to grow?
A part of any journey is learning, right? So Adam's learnt a lot, you can see. Made a lot of mistakes in the past.
It was a rebuild. I took players from Championship. I took players from outdoor. Anything just to stay into the league. Obviously not to let the Hume badge fall. We took it into a different direction, which was the wrong direction.
And you can see how we can transform a team within a very short period of time. It's only been, 6-7 months? And we're like a really well-oiled engine now.
Going for top three, sitting top three at the moment, where everyone doubted us, coming from relegation, bringing in one of the best coaches in Australia for futsal, bringing in players that are young but can shine. I think that's the best step that we've taken, pretty much.
Nundle came in and brought different kind of energy. Obviously, I came back from injury pretty much the same week as Nundle signed with us, so it was kind of like a coincidence. You can see the progress and what we've been doing for that long, like how much we've improved as a club.
Even when they're undermanned, even when the odds are against them, like we're fighting this season. That's the beauty. Previously, when I came, I didn't know. I didn't have a feeling if we were going to come back or not. But now I always feel like we're in it.
When you're winning games, right, it brings a different energy. When you're winning week in, week out, or you drop points here and there, but like you're winning 80% of your games or something, you're on a high. I think it makes a really big difference.
And so, for the final time this season, for both of these two sides, we return from half-time. Kui Mujo Akon must be best pleased with the opening stint their side have showcased. Aku lead 8-2 on the closing day and have got themselves a corner inside 10 second-half seconds. Mergianos set for Yamashita. Shimizu was lurking. And Mergianos arriving. Jacobs blocked once, and Mergianos fired wide at the second attempt. Been an Aku side who this season have had to rebuild at times, have had to apply different mix most weeks. Additions they have made have been tidy. Shimizu is one, Mergianos is another. And they are in the moods to bid the sweetest of farewells to the campaign. Number 4 on the back, and her 4th tonight so far. Many a Mergianos back post run has warded a goal. And for 1-0, this is all rather coming undone. Now 2 worked it on for Smith, who was unable to steer further forward. As Bradley speared it long, Mergianos touch a little heavy. Now 2 escorted it back to Ohayek. His fling was too long for Smith to go and get on the end of. Yamashita Got it back from Shimizu. On for Mergianos. Skelly Smoothie tried to return it. And he needed clearing by now too in the end. Anibal Mergianos. Miko Yamashita. Shimizu. Skelly Smoothie. Yamashita. Lovely from Yamashita, who's away from one, though not beyond now two, who now can counter the other way. Shimizu in retreat, now two got a foot in. One looking to carve a couple of opportunities. Now two only steered it into the palms of Bradley. He dropped it off for Yamashita. Steered smashingly for Shimizu, who looked to clip for Yamashita. Jacobs into mid. Shimizu on the follow-in. Magnificent save, Al Hayek. Yamashita mopped it up. Mergianos kept it rolling. Yamashita away from now two. Anibal Mergianos. Miko Yamashita once more. Shimizu. Yamashita stayed a fraction just behind Mergianos. There's Jacobs. Smith with a loose touch. Invited Shimizu to go and win it. Lovely footwork from Shimizu. Aku with 3-on-1. Yamashita was on her own. And they, on the final day, have hit double digits. Terrific footwork from Shimizu, who is having quite a night, who has been a real pickup for QEMU, Joe Akon and co this season. The ball steered supremely to Yamashita, who simply walked it in. As Shimizu's causing menace once more. Al Hayek with a good slide. There's now two. Jacobs. Yamashita. Moved on for Mergianos. She could not find a way beyond now two. Yamashita once more. Mergianos, that's a glorious ball for Skelly Smoothie, who's touched a little heavy. Jacobs unable to kickstart a counter the other way. Smith again unable to find a way further forward. Took a little touch on the way. Jacobs now two. Trying to steer back for Jacobs. Yamashita came through and to really good effect. Mergianos, Skelly Smoothie. Anibal Mergianos, cut out by Karina now two. She could find no way further. And Skelly Smoothie once again. Skelly Smoothie. Patient. Cut out by now two. Formika then went to go and win it. Jacobs had Scully Smoothie to have a look at. Karina now two, looked to clip it. Jacobs and Formika got a foot in. There's now two. Smith looked to steer for Jacobs. Way beyond Formika, and it'll benefit Mergianos, who was not able to find a way beyond now two. Though squared it for Yamashita. And she couldn't quite find Formika, nor the far corner. Smith unable to keep it. Yamashita got a foot in. Scully Smoothie got a foot in. Just as now two was looking to have it break her way. Mergianos just having to retreat a couple of yards. now 2. Beyond Mergianos, though not Yamashita. Now Jacobs. Rihanna Jacobs on the drive. It's not a million miles away from perhaps causing discomfort for Bradley. Yamashita invites it to travel beyond half court. Formica through the legs of now 2. On its way back to Scully Smoothie. Duff, Yamashita, and Formica couldn't keep it alive. A season of reflection for 1-0. Came into it with prospects at a high, having won the Falls Cup back end of last year. No, that has not been something that's transpired into the new campaign. This evening, though, also looks as though it may not be the end of the campaign that they were looking for. Aku have been imperious. And Scully Smoothie on for Alexia Duff, who had many a yard for Miko, was centrally. It got a flick off Jacobs, which in the end not only made it awkward for Al Hayek, but 2 diverted it away for a corner. Scully Smoothie's take, Duff, and Formica was denied at close quarters by Al Hayek once again. Scully Smoothie, Fogarty. On for Alexia Duff, who lost out to Smith. Formica did well in retreat to get a foot in. Duff now, Fogarty once more. Red by now 2. Fogarty in the way. Jacobs. Karina now to lurking. Bradley came a long way and did well. Fogarty. Formica unable to steer it further forward. Fogarty won it back off now too. Scully Smoothie. Formica. Sienna Fogarty to have a go. Al Hayek was alert at the near post and palmed away for a corner. Corner set quickly. Smith was uncertain and then had to go away and clear. Set back for Scully Smoothie. Fogarty. Duff. Scully Smoothie once more. Alexia Duff. Jacobs quick to hustle both of those two who have played it around her tidily. And now Fogarty with a sharp swivel and a sharp save from Al Hayek down low. Aku continuing to press home the closing positivity. That's Formica from the corner of the near post, unable to steer it menacingly. Now 2. Had Duff to evade and couldn't. And now Alexia Duff is on the drive. Formica the only one up with her. Smith was in retreat and got a foot in to good effect. Formica did well. Fogarty took over. Scully Smoothie sold her short though. And here is Karina now 2's drive, which was wide of the post. Fogarty. Shimizu. And the flick in return. Jacobs alert to it. Karina now 2. Steered the other way for Rhiannon Jacobs, who wins a corner. Jacobs corner, now 2's drive. Met firmly by Bradley, and the ball back from Rhiannon Jacobs was whipped devilishly. Though unsuccessfully in finding a target. Fogarty looked to steer it long now. Two got a foot in. Jacobs sizing up Shimizu. Good run from Jacobs. Now two returned it inadvertently, and Fogarty was there to intervene. Jacob got it from Smith. Duff got a foot in. There's Duff. Formika. Shimizu. Formika with a lovely drive and a lovely touch. Got it back from Duff. Sadie Smith went to press, Formika evaded. Alexia Duff, Shimizu, glorious footwork and a hike tonight. Fogarty was there on the rebound and Shimizu couldn't steer it more potently or more worryingly. Shimizu. Alexia Duff invited to shoot. And unable. Jacobs. 1-0, you get the feeling. That, in all truth, might as well be a microcosm of their night. Two of their more experienced, more in tune players, not on the same wavelength. Rarity between now two and Jacobs. Here is Fogarty to benefit. She drove it wide of the far post. I watched it sail. Sienna Fogarty's not on. Shimizu, good challenge from Jacobs. Fell for Fogarty. Now Duff. Switch for Yamashita. Shimizu with loft. Now two let it run. It's a 1-0 side tonight, of course, without Claudia Damasi, who has missed most of the season. Well, another frequent featurers. No Paige Fower in the lineup, no Eliades. They have really felt that pinch. But Shimizu is charging. Fogarty returned it. That's a wonderful goal. Lovely futsal from Melbourne Aku. Them at their very best. The footwork from Shimizu was slick. The find from Fogarty was firm and the finish was simple, though it was worked wonderfully. Jacobs charging. Duff concedes the corner, which was taken quickly, only to the benefit of Shimizu. Duff was motoring, and now two was alert to it. 3-on-2 the other way. Jacobs, Karina now two. Nodded it into Fogarty, and then on the second, steered through superbly and got herself a goal. Maybe the one. In consolation even at that. But a really nicely taken finish. With a little bit to smile about. On the final, that's a glorious ball from Fogarty. And a good intervention from Al Hayek, who had already touched it and got it back from Svetkopoulos, which will give Aku yet another opportunity. And in fact, retrospectively, that has been ruled out. Al Hayek's first intervention on that was a save, and Laura Al Hayek directly from the drop ball went over the lot. One for the picture book. So she gathered directly from the drop ball and thus was able to drive it, though Shimizu at the other end is quick to restore order. This second half becoming a bit of a goal fest. And that is one way for Lara Al Hayek to bid farewell to the season. Shimizu is again on the charge, cut out by now two. Svekopoulos on the drive, Fogarty got a flick, it took the sting out for Bradley, who was quick to release, though only for her opposite number. Does she fancy take two? Lara Al Hayek again from range, that one far less fruitful. Yamashita, that's a glorious touch. On for Duff, who evaded Jacobs delightfully and was denied by Al Hayek. Now Jacobs going the other way. Puts it wide of the far post. Yamashita. On for Alexia Duff, who has got many a yard. Yamashita arriving, Shimizu was lurking at the back post, and Al Hayek might have got a flick onto the woodwork before he was cleared away for a corner. Duff's take quickly, Mergianos on the march. Steered our effort over. Into the final quarter, retrospectively for both in this campaign. There's Karina now too. He's still looking to take something for 1-0 with them. It has not been their evening. From Melbourne Aku, though, the perfect start to the season closing evening. A perfect predecessor for what is to come. Fitzroy Hume to follow. It may well be the one that decides it. And QEMU might fancy a timeout. In fact, he does. Mergianos. Shimizu able to go further forwards, and they will have that timeout with immediacy. QEMU and Aku will have a word on a final day that is going their way. As we go to a break, it's Aku 12, 1-0 full.
To Adam, he's been unbelievable as a president, as he's got obviously last year. So he's obviously been a big part of all of this, and he's been doing unbelievable. Big credit to everyone, to be honest. We're on the right track, I believe, and hopefully we just get better from here.
It's all about the brotherhood. It's all about passion. It's all about, if my brother's falling down, what can I do to pick him up? Or how can I pick him up?
It doesn't matter what you do at a club. If you're there long enough, it becomes like your property kind of thing. It feels like you have a piece. You want to stand up and protect it. So I'll always want to protect this club, no matter what.
We focus on everything. We focus on all the aspects. And I think that's what a lot of clubs don't have. A lot of clubs hate on us because of that. And the fact that we bring passion to the sport, there's no limit. The sky's the limit. When you have teams like Fitzroy, who's been up there and played the nationals, or you have teams like Moreland who played national tournaments as well, if they can do it, why can't we?
Returning from timeout. First time in this second half. Smergianos had a drive. Now Hayek with a gather. Already had one from that kind of distance. Much more comfy gather for Bradley. He looked to fling it on for Duff. Smith intervened. Now two mopped it up. Jacobs away from Yamashita. No, not beyond Shimizu, who is having a night. No, way beyond Karina now too. Sadie Smith got a foot in. Alexia Duff battling and spun sharply away from Smith. Shimizu. Mergianos waited on the run of Yamashita, who rippled the side netting. Terrifically worked move, very patient from Kirimu and Aku. Shimizu lunged in, Hayek went long. Tension for 1-0, may very well be turning to next season. What the second campaign of the calendar year can bring. One where we saw in 2025, they finished the year better than they started it. That second season was one of much more potency, of precision. Got them a Force Cup in the end. Season 1 was one again, where they perhaps would want to forget it. Shimizu's stint once more is done, as Scully Smoothie dropped it off for Mergianos. Quite the introduction to the Aku fold tonight for Scully Smoothie. Moved on for Yamashita, who just waited on Formica to make her move. Mergianos did so equally. Jacobs alert to it. Scully Smoothie on the drive. Oh, it got down well. Svetkopoulos, Jacobs, given away to Yamashita. On for Mergianos to have a go. Laura Hayek makes another tidy save. Scully Smoothie cut the fling out long. Yamashita, Mergianos with options left and right. Away from Svetkopoulos. Annabelle Mergianos wanted to go alone. And Jacobs was there to intervene. Formica's take a good one. Found Mergianos on the switch. Scully Smoothie fancies to go herself. Hayek had palm stung, though no on rushes to put her in peril. Set long for now two, who shot on the swivel was unsuccessful. Look ahead though now for Aku 2. What could season 2 bring them in 2026? We saw the growing pains get enacted in this campaign, as Mergianos had a drive and just wide of Hayek. They'll be hoping that season 2 brings some more of the joy, some more of the lessons learnt and the progress that they have sought in the second half of the calendar year's first edition. This the final few sentences of Chapter 1 in the 2026 analogue for both, as Smith blocked as far as Jacobs, who drilled it. Mergianos made the intervention. Yamashita, Scully Smoothie, that's a great take. Set for Mergianos, on for Yamashita, who went the chip. And nearly got a gorgeous guide to end a magnificent move. Oh, so close to adding another. Scully Smoothie invited to drive. Formica was on the overlap. Well, read by Sadie Smith, who could only clear. Mergianos set for Formica to drive. And was not able to menace. Speared long. Karina now 2. Good foot in from Yamashita. Jacobs fancies a go. And was unable to apply one with potency to go and grab herself a hat-trick. One which would close the campaign. Fogarty. Scully Smoothie. Had Smith to go around. Wasn't able to this time. Set back for Fogarty. Now the other way was Yamashita. Steered it menacingly. And it fell for Formica. We once more fired over. Svetkopoulos' touch inadvertently created the opportunity. Jacobs. Moving a split further than Yamashita. Just over 5 to the close of the opening edition. These two sides just over 5 from their seasons, coming to respective conclusions. Aku's ending positively. 1-0's ending. Perhaps putting a big what if next to the campaign in and of itself. Yamashita not slowing up. They will wonder though, what does season 2 offer? If they are to get some of their own back, if they are to get the real core, the real spine of what made this team such a threat at the back end of 25, then you suggest 1-0 could once again be in the mix to make moves. Though at the moment, Aku are wanting to inflict the misery on them, but also inflict the joy on a final day that's going and has gone their way. There's Jacobs. Cut out by Fogarty. Yamashita the only one up with her. Hiko Yamashita. And we're set back for Scully Smoothie. Bradley out the other way for Formica. Measured and measured well. 3-on-2 for Aku. Formica, Yamashita and Fogarty arriving. Couldn't apply the finishing touch. As our Hayek's drive. And Lara Al-Hayek has got 2 from range. A direct drive from her own area once again. Bradley came to claim it. Now 2 went up with her. And Danielle Bradley only got palms that steered it beyond and into the net. Lara Al-Hayek on the final day is at the double, which is quite astonishing in its own right. There was complete disbelief as it found its way, fired over and in. Through the lot, Al-Hayek is chasing a hat-trick now. And with that venture, if it's anything to go off, looks as though she feels as though she could fancy it. Here's Yamashita in the meantime. Gorgeous step away from Svetkopoulos. Denied by Al-Hayek, who fancies take 3. Now 2 again. Caused a menace for Bradley, who this time was able to gather. Quickly on for Yamashita. Down the line for Formica, who's beyond Jacobs. And Scully Smoothie was just unable to apply a finishing touch. And for Sienna Formica, that might be her evening's end. Placed by Duff. As Al-Hayek. Jacobs. Speared it for now too terrifically. Danielle Bradley unsure. No, it was whipped wide of her and whipped wide of the post. Quick glance at the clock from Joe Akon. They know they are nearly there for the perfect end to the campaign. Jacobs now 2. 1-0 are looking to take something with them though. Helped on by Scully Smoothie. Yamashita got it back from Fogarty. Tried to poke it out for Duff, who while lunging was unable to get there. Few final rotations for QE Mute, Joe Akon and co. Fitzroy Hume to follow. That could be very well the title decider. Victoria Lions, Carlton Hart, the closer. On an action-packed Friday of futsal, to say the least. As again, a direct route from El Hayek, who you guarantee is hunting a hat-trick on the final day. Here is Shimizu the other way. Duff with the drop-off. Yamashita was arriving. Off the post it found Duff. And Shimizu this time was denied by Jacobs. Yamashita with loft. Duff darted round the back. Still, some way, somehow, the move kept rolling. Shimizu. Yamashita. Duff again. Denied by El Hayek. Smith and now two got it clear. Fogarty reloaded. Shimizu's turn. Denied by Smith once more. It then fell for Jacobs, who can charge at Duff. Rhiannon Jacobs had a go. And Bradley had her palm stung, but then an easy gather and a quick release. Shimizu. Yamashita. Sidestep now two. Waited on Fogarty, who worked to yards and was denied by a Hayek. As Jacobs took a slip and a stumble. Yamashita. Shimizu. Yamashita once more, wins a corner. Taken quickly for Shimizu, worn by Jacobs. Aku wanted handball. Now two's touch was heavy. Able to keep it alive. Fogarty, Shimizu. Yamashita, Fogarty! That's well blocked by Jacobs. Another Aku corner, 2 on the dot until season close for both of these two. Corner for Shimizu, who stole in and added another to the evening's tally. 13, unlucky for some, not unlucky for Aku to close. Shimizu's had quite a night. What a way for Aku to close the season. What a way for them, who know that the crown will be relinquished in a matter of hours' time, to close out what has been a campaign of growth, a campaign of trial, of tribulation, of turbulence momentarily. And here is Mergianos for one last lunge then. Annabelle Mergianos, Shimizu, Mergianos again! Blocked via Jacobs and the bar. There's a shout for handball. As Shimizu this time. The claim is shoulder. Joe Akon saying it's Luis Suarez. It looked more akin to Diego Maradona. Rhiannon Jacobs diverted onto the bar, dubiously perhaps. There's Shimizu, fouled by now too. There's Duff. Patient Shimizu just worked a yard superbly. Had Mergianos on the overlap. Annabelle Mergianos in behind. Set for Shimizu and Yamashita arriving. As they please. That is the way to close the campaign. They quite literally walked it in. Marvellous from Melbourne Aku tonight, and Shimizu's not done. El Hayek came and got there just about at the second attempt. Now 2 beyond Yamashita. We're into the final minutes. Poked on for Jacobs. Denied by Duff, and that time it struck an arm on the way through. Now 2 turned it in, though it will not count. There's Duff on the drive. Mergianos, Aku are wanting to pile them on. Yamashita, Jacobs in the way to intervene. And then breeze beyond Annabelle Mergianos. Shimizu was alert, and it's 3 on 2. One of whom was Yamashita. The other was Duff at the back post, who tried to set for Shimizu. Laura El Hayek on a hat-trick, fancy to go, and hit the banister. Complete chaos to end the season. Last time these two met, there were 14 goals in this game. Aku have done that on their own this evening. And they're looking to take one more with them. Gianos. Flick back for Shimizu, set for Yamashita. The clock might beat all comers. So Aku, top three confirmed, and comfortably so, round out their season emphatically. What a performance from Kyurimu, Joe Akon and co, who bid farewell to the status of reigning champions, though in the most regal way possible. Full time in Darabin. Melbourne Aku 14, 1-0 5.
I would say Layla Abdul Latif.
I think Amanda Araha from Fitzroy.
Claudia Fuscalzo.
Oh, I'll be biased. Reed Jacobs, because she doesn't even know what she's got to do before she does it, let alone us. But then from across the league, Alexis from Fitzroy. She's too good. And Karina's alright.
Let me actually think. Fitzroy's white kit.
Which team has the best kid in the league?
Biased opinion, but also Fitzroy.
That's easy, it's us. I'm sorry, it's us.
Not a question, Melbourne AKU.
Liz Air.
I think that one will have to be Layla Abdul Latif. She would definitely win every time.
Ooh. Layla Abdul Latif. Baller.
If I was a girl, probably not Layla.
The most clutch player in the competition is definitely Claudia Fuscalzo. She is number one for sure.
Sarah Easthope. I'm going to say Amanda Roja.
I think this player gets underrated a lot, but Rebecca Davis.
Claudia Fuscalzo. Gisela Pepino.
Why do people hate Hume, and why do they hate where we're going to and heading to? I can truly say it's jealousy.
You can see he's pretty professional now. Even for me, from an outsider's perspective, I can see the development of the club, and it's just a different level.
I said, look, I want to take Hume into a different direction of expanding our connections, and that's when we started thinking abroad and thinking about, okay, what's Hume's future looking like? Are we going to sit the same, or are we going to grow?
A part of any journey is learning, right? So Adam's learnt a lot, you can see. Made a lot of mistakes in the past.
It was a rebuild. I took players from Championship. I took players from outdoor. Anything just to stay into the league. Obviously not to let the Hume badge fall. We took it into a different direction, which was the wrong direction.
And you can see how we can transform a team within a very short period of time. It's only been, 6-7 months? And we're like a really well-oiled engine now.
Going for top three, sitting top three at the moment, where everyone doubted us, coming from relegation, bringing in one of the best coaches in Australia for futsal, bringing in players that are young but can shine. I think that's the best step that we've taken, pretty much.
Nando came in and brought different kind of energy. Obviously, I came back from injury pretty much the same week as Nando signed with us, so it was kind of like a coincidence. You can see the progress and what we've been doing for that long, how much we've improved as a club.
Even when they're undermanned, even when the odds are against them, like we're fighting this season. That's the beauty. Previously, when I came, I didn't know. I didn't have a feeling if we're going to come back or not. But now I always feel like we're in it.
When you're winning games, right, it brings a different energy. When you're winning week in, week out, or you drop points here and there, but like you're winning 80% of your games or something. You're on a high. I think it makes a really big difference to Adam. He's been unbelievable as a president, as he goes obviously last year. So he's obviously been a big part of all of this, and he's been doing unbelievable. Big credit to everyone, to be honest. We're on the right track, I believe, and hopefully we just get better from here.
It's all about the brotherhood. It's all about passion. It's all about, if my brother's falling down, what can I do to pick him up? Or how can I pick him up?
It doesn't matter what you do at a club. If you're there long enough, it becomes like your property kind of. It feels like you have a piece. You want to stand up and protect it. So I'll always want to protect this club, no matter what.
We focus on everything. We focus on all the aspects. And I think that's what a lot of clubs don't have. A lot of clubs hate on us because of that. And the fact that we bring passion to the sport, there's no limit. The sky's the limit. When you have teams like Fitzroy, who's been up there and played the nationals, or you have teams like Moreland who played national tournaments as well, if they can do it, why can't we?
I would say Layla Abdul-Latif.
I think Amanda Araha from Fitzroy.
Claudia Fuscalzo.
Oh, I'll be biased. Reed Jacobs, because she doesn't even know what she's going to do before she does it, let alone us. But then from across the league, Alexis from Fitzroy. She's too good. And Karina's alright.
Let me actually think. Fitzroy's white kick.
Which team has the best kid in the league?
Biased opinion, but also Fitzroy.
That's easy, it's us. I'm sorry, it's us.
Another question, Melbourne AKU.
Liz Air.
I think that one will have to be Layla Abdul-Latif. She would definitely win every time.
Ooh. Layla Abdul-Latif. Baller.
If I was a girl, probably not Layla.
The most clutch player in the competition is definitely Claudia Fuscalzo. She is number one for sure.
Sarah Easthope. I'm going to say Amanda Aroha.
I think this player gets underrated a lot, but Rebecca Davis.
Claudia Fuscalzo. Gisela Pepino.
Why do people hate Hume, and why do they hate where we're going to and heading to? I can truly say it's jealousy.
You can see he's pretty professional now. Even for me, from an outside's perspective, I can see the development of the club, and it's just a different level.
I said, look, I want to take Hume into a different direction of expanding our connections, and that's when we started thinking abroad and thinking about, okay, what's Hume's future looking like? Are we going to sit the same, or are we going to grow?
A part of any journey is learning, right? So Adam's learnt a lot, you can see. Made a lot of mistakes in the past.
It was a rebuild. I took players from Championship. I took players from outdoor. Anything just to stay into the league. Obviously not to let the Hume badge fall. We took it into a different direction, which was the wrong direction.
And you can see how we can transform a team within a very short period of time. It's only been, what, 6-7 months? And we're like a really well-oiled engine now.
Going for top three, sitting top three at the moment, where everyone doubted us, coming from relegation, bringing in one of the best coaches in Australia for futsal, bringing in players that are young but can shine. I think that's the best step that we've taken, pretty much.
Nando came in and brought different kind of energy. Obviously, I came back from injury pretty much the same week as Nando signed with us, so it was kind of like a coincidence. You can see the progress and what we've been doing for that long, like how much we've improved as a club.
Even when they're undermanned, even when the odds are against them, like we're fighting this season. That's the beauty. Previously, when I came, I didn't know. I didn't have a feeling if we're going to come back or not. But now I always feel like we're in it.
When you're winning games, right, it brings a different energy. When you're winning week in, week out, or you drop points here and there, but like you're winning 80% of your games or something, you're on a high. I think it makes a really big difference to Adam. He's been unbelievable as a president, as he's got obviously last year. So he's obviously been a big part of all of this, and he's been doing unbelievable. Big credit to everyone, to be honest. We're on the right track, I believe, and hopefully we just get better from here.
It's all about the brotherhood. It's all about passion. It's all about, if my brother's falling down, what can I do to pick him up? Or how can I pick him up?
It doesn't matter what you do at a club. If you're there long enough, it becomes like your property kind of. It feels like you have a piece. You want to stand up and protect it. So I'll always want to protect this club, no matter what.
We focus on everything. We focus on all the aspects. And I think that's what a lot of clubs don't have. A lot of clubs hate on us because of that. And the fact that we bring passion to the sport, there's no limit. The sky's the limit. When you have teams like Fitzroy, who's been up there and played the nationals, or you have teams like Moreland who played national tournaments as well, if they can do it, why can't we?
Tonight is well and truly the night. A new champion will be coronated come evening's end. Fitzroy have it in their grasp. Their great wait is nearly over. There is only one last hurdle from the throne room, and that is Hume. They will be the final frontier. The win last week made sure that destiny is theirs to decide, and how rare it is to hold such power, how special it is too. The equation for them is simple: win and it's all over, and it is a 5th league title for the Tigers. Hume have got the opportunity to spoil the party, though inside a matter of seconds, Fitzroy are wanting to get that party started. Finishing flourish from Frascalzo, who else? And already they are marching right towards the monarchy. Spellbinding. Hume perhaps dumbfounded, though they could still spoil the party. That has taken a heavy dent early. They will be looking to play the role of villain in the Fitzroy pantomime, though at the moment this well and truly is becoming a Broadway show stopper. 4 league titles on the cusp, on the precipice of a 5th. They reached that threshold 7 sleeps ago. 2 down at the break. They found all the grit, all the metal in the world to prevail 4-3. To control a title that they knew they could end before their nearest runners even take to court tonight. Frascalzo is charging, who couldn't get away beyond Whiting. And for Suleiman Mohammed, Isho Haskell and co tonight, they will be hoping that despite an early shake-up, they are unshaken as the flick on from Berry momentarily troubled Mason Jones, so she was there to gather, flung it long for Frascalzo. McClure on for Leila Abdul-Latif, who threaded for Claudia Frascalzo. She's really in the mood this evening. Berry intervened to good effect. Someone well and truly in the MVP conversation this season, Claudia Frescalzo, has had a stellar campaign. Beating heart behind a Fitzroy side that are simply now many minutes away from a first league title for what feels for them like an eternity. It has been a long old time. Club synonymous with success. A rare dry spell. Though at the end of every harsh, every dry summer, there is to be a winter where trophies simply flood out. As Abdulatif fired into Berry, set for Neve McClure to drive, blocked by Hewitt, and Frescalzo then sliced her follow-in effort. Daly's turn to go long. One by Whiting, who battled with McClure, and McClure did quite well to ward her off. Deanna Frescalzo. And the ball was already out of play before it found her. They'll already be reminiscing, already thinking back. Season 2, 2023. They've yet to taste the trophy in Darabin. This, the 4th attempt in which they've had to do so to go and gather themselves some silverware. They'll be hoping that this time it is not the final hurdle for which they fall at. Second throughout 2025. FOS Cup final defeat. Fitzroy already on the cusp of championship material once again. It does bring an end to the Aku era of 3 consecutive. And since that early goal, they have settled, as have Hume. McClure's corner though. Abdulatif set for Deanna Frescalzo, who had Berry to go at and go round. Frescalzo clipped it centrally where 2 were waiting, and it split both of them. And for Hume, who had made a bright start to life in Series Futsal. And last week they were on the wrong end of a particularly rough result, however. Here is Abdulatif, Frescalzo. Hewitt got a foot in. Cal came across at the second attempt to clear. And already the pressure is being ramped up. Fitzroy were in a real eager state to get at it this evening. Could see there was a purpose, could see there was an energy. There is a real desire to go and set this to an unsaleable chase. Set their sights on a shore they've not seen for some time. There's Abdulatif. Breeze beyond Berry. And beyond Cal too. Set for Frescalzo, who's stolen at the near post. And where Claudia got it going, Deanna got the second. And the reaction is one of simple formality. The gates are being stormed, and are being stormed in some style, as Layla Abdulatif poked it on for McClure. Abdulatif once more. Berry's in retreat. And Fitzroy have started with serious ferocity. McClure, Frescalzo. One to another. Deanna Frescalzo on the drive. McClure came across. Whiting got the final flick. It will be a corner. 2 touchlines cutting 2 very different figures. Jimmy Soufis very busy. Though for Isho Haskell and Suleiman Mohammed, it's already a look of resignation. Quick fire 1-2 punch. One Frescalzo's sister each. And what a journey they've been on with this side. You think of 2 players who have made an impact, 2 players who have been really the heartbeats of what Fitzroy have been doing for quite some time now. Many a storyline unfolding this evening for that side, if it is to stay this way for them. McClure, Claudia Frescalzo, lovely return for McClure, who held the run and was denied by Daly. Cal got a foot in, too heavy for Hewitt. Frescalzo recovered, Abdulatif took over. Alice Cow again cleared, this time for Berry, who was bustled immediately. Flicked only as far as Abdulatif, who couldn't go beyond Whiting in return. She set it off for Cow. And Layla Abdul-Latif got a foot in. Amy Arnott getting ready on the Hume bench. Suleiman Mohammed already not too pleased with how this is transpiring. Daly invited to drive. There's Cow. Couldn't clip beyond for Escalzo. Second attempt got it to Whiting. On for Hewitt, whose touch was tidy. The second invited Layla Abdul-Latif to come across and close the door. Tanner Escalzo invited to drive and got beyond Berry. McClure was centrally, Daly was wrong-footed and then got a palm to push it to safety. Cow in 2 to clear. It is relentless. And there is the first rotation. Araha Policina put into the game. And Policina starting with immediacy for Escalzo. Claudia finds Diana. Moved on for Policina, who looked to pick a clip to the back post, though Daly was the only one waiting. Away further forward for Berry. You feel maybe for them tonight could be cathartic. Exercise a few Darabin demons that have lurked for a calendar year and a bit now. 18 months since the move. Fitzroy have not yet found a title. Mason Jones came charging. Cal got a boot in and Beth Mason-Jones just got on the wrong end of that. Quick check from Maria Patricus as to her well-being. Balkis Waljarin introduced into the fold while that is ongoing. Nisha Haskell with a wry smile down on the touchline. It seems to be a rather chilly figure this evening. As we mentioned, it's quite a frosty one in the northern quarter. In Melbourne's northern corner, end of a delightful, delightful Friday, it must be said. Mason Jones is all right for Escalzo, gets things going once more. Araha on for Waljarin. The next Fitzroy wave. There's Balkis Waljarin away from Whiting and just flashed it across the face. Unable to find the finishing touch. Escalzo had gone centrally. And thus she was unable to get on the end of it. As Daly invited again to go on a venture. That's a tidy ball for Whiting, whose flick was one that was only able to find touch. There's Policina. Whiting was in retreat. Cow cut it out. Was unable to find Waljarin. And then Alice Cow could only find touch when looking for Amy Whiting. There's Rihanna Policina once more. Waljarin. Araha. Poked it away, though, only to the benefit of Cow. Hewitt was going beyond her. Whiting then went that way. And it was cut out by Araha, who was on the charge. 2 up with her. Tried to thread it for Escalzo, and Whiting was happy to clear. Anywhere will do at the moment for Hume, who are penned in themselves. Araha just went to drop it for Policina, and Daly came through to drive it away. It's an image akin, really, to storming the castle gates at the moment for Fitzroy. Ruthlessness has been the word to describe them this season. That has withstood, that energy has held. It has been the backbone of this campaign. Many a time they've hit 10, many a time they've hit 20. Get the feeling, that kind of feeling and ferocity is there tonight. All of the years, all of the seasons of anguish are bottled up. That's well won by Hewitt. Then Arnott, who nodded away from Heasley momentarily, while Jaron gave it a go. And it forced a good save out of Daly. Hume just hanging in there for the time being. Set for Policina. Stayed away for Araha. Placed into the path of Policina once more. Whiting was in retreat. Amanda Araha had a yard, thought about the shot momentarily. Berry got a boot in. Whiting gave her a hand, and Hewitt then came across the clear. You've just joined us tonight. Melbourne Aku dealt with 1-0 in the early kickoff. Shimizu and Mergianos were most magnificent as Kiwimu, Joakon and co rounded out the season with a win. For them, their time as champions is over. It is a new dawn, really, this evening in Darabin, though this game has befallen beyond dusk. As well, Jarin now. Again, wanted to wriggle away from Whiting and couldn't. Balkis, while Jarin engaged in battle, set it back for Policina, who had Hewitt guessing momentarily. Heasley went for the return. Whiting saw it out of play. And since that opening flurry, Hume have settled in rather well. Have been further unblemished than a Frescalzo sister 1-2 punch. Though here is Policina, found well by Mason Jones. Helped it for Heasley, set for Policina once more. And Daly's denial at close quarters was a good one. She flung long for Berry, who will benefit from while Jarin's loose touch. And Berry continued her way beyond the lot, while Jarin momentarily had a bit to do. Mason Jones on the charge, Hewitt and Heasley in retreats, and the ball found its way out of play. Hewitt tried to stick centrally while Jarin intervenes. Fell for Arnotts, who was unable to clip it further than Mason Jones, who was waiting. Heasley, Policina. Again taking the yards afforded. Policina on the drive. Ricocheted off Hewitt, then Arnott. Found its way back to Araha, who switched for Wal Jarin. Marcus while Jarin's drive. Hewitt again intervenes. Whiting cleared. Policina hungry to keep it alive and did so. Went to place it for Wal Jarin. Was one back by Berry, then Hewitt. And Policina picked it off. Tried to go around Daly, who denied. Policina then with loft. Lifted it high, though wide, of the near post. Daly with good distribution. Hewitt had two to contend with. Policina was there quickly. It then fell for Heasley. Helped on for Policina, who had just about kept it alive. Araha. Fraction too long for Heasley, and it trickles out of play. Many a Fitzroy rotation. Jimmy Sufis, Scott Rogan, Dharma Georgie have all got the full bench available to them tonight. Happy to reshuffle the pack whenever. Araha's knocked down, and McDougall set it back for Araha. Got away from Berry, and Policina now. Heasley. Amanda Araha. Tried to place it for Policina. Whiting got a foot in. Rihanna Policina once more. Place for Leila Abdulatif, who you suspect for a lot of these stints will be short and sharp. Abdulatif let it run for Policina. And then got a yard for herself. Those two working nicely. Policina once more. Abdulatif on the overlap was found with loft and returned it gorgeously for Policina. And Heasley was waiting, and Daly was there to deny at the expense of a corner. First half's halfway stage. And so far it has been a flow of Fitzroy fury, though Berry went from range and Mason Jones was back in time to nod it coolly. Hume so far unable to throw a spanner in the title works. Suleiman Mohammed has rekindled a yellow card, though he's not been brandished one, and is awaiting its collection. Heasley on the switch for Policina in the meantime. Abdulatif away from Berry, on for McDougall centrally, who steered it wide of the far corner. And at the moment for Hume, there is a rather big input on defensive defiance. They don't want this to get out of hand. Fitzroy are flooding in droves forward. Policina just tempting Hewitt to go and press. Heasley now. Switch for Abdulatif. Polisina. A little bit too long for her to get on the end of. Need McClure reinstated. Diana Friscalzo getting ready. Hewitt helped it on for Berry. Cow had a look. McClure got a foot in. Will be a Hume corner. Cow's take. Hewitt was central. McDougall cleared no further than Arnott drive. And Abdulatif was in the way to meet it. And it benefited Polisina, who has breezed beyond Berry. And Polisina gets herself in on the act. Explosive on the break. And once she got beyond Berry, the finish was all she needed. Had been denied a couple of times, though will not be denied once more. Fitzroy have found a third. And perhaps already the champagne corks are being popped. There's McClure. McDougall. Hewitt retreated well. Daly was lurking. And when they go and gather it. Look for Arnott on the overlap. And again, it was a fraction too long for her. And entering a perilous passage are Hume. A really damaging set of the game. There's Mason Jones now. Encouraged to tiptoe forward. Abdulatif was with her. Evaded two, though while doing so had to retreat and reset. Went to find Friscalzo. Cal got a foot in. Berry wanted to make it stick, and did. And all of a sudden, Berry is in behind, though has been unable to trouble Mason Jones. That might have been the opportunity to blemish the clean sheet and just give one of the would-be champions something to think about. As Cal was hustled by Abdulatif and got the final touch on it. Many of the Victoria Lions contingent watching on already, they know that perhaps it has got away from them. The Fitzroy have played in the early passage of this game. Berry comes for a breather. Whiting reinstated. Sent long by Daly. Cow's flick on. Whiting was lurking too. Hume have used that direct ball to good effect in the time they've been here. A victory against Carlton Hart, they used it rather devastatingly. Wasn't quite to the fore last week, though it was a productive outlet. Hoping tonight bears similar to just try and get them back in this game, to try and at least blemish the Fitzroy clean sheet. All the preparations are made, however. As Friscalzo did brilliantly to get away from two. McDougall was lurking, and Diana Friscalzo wins a corner. McDougall sauntering over to go and take. Fitzroy's fast start. Wanting to be away of fury to end the first half. Whiting and Friscalzo entangled. And Amy Whiting on the swivel was then able to smash it to safety. As Abdulatif poked it for Diana Friscalzo. Got in ahead of Arnott. McDougall, McClure. Friscalzo, now Abdulatif once more. Set for Diana Friscalzo. Hewitt was there to meet. McDougall was centrally, and with a poke at the second attempt, was on hand to finish a fine move. Patient. Hume were deconstructed. Picked apart at the seams. Fitzroy have found four. And Friscalzo is looking to inflict further pain with immediacy. As Hewitt in retreat, Whiting was centrally. Hewitt's clearance off Cow. Arnott got a foot in as McClure was lurking. And you could really see the energy building in this group right before kick-off. They were beyond eager to go and get amongst it. As Isho Haskell has timeout slip in hand, has a quick glance at the clock. He and Suleiman Mohammed are perhaps flirting with intervention at the moment. Not yet for the Hume assistant. As Hewitt came across. This is a start for Fitzroy that could hardly have gone better, to a night where they know what the task is. It is a task that is being fulfilled at the moment in the only way they know how. McClure for Escalzo. No way beyond Arnott, who got a foot in. Whiting. And the return for Arnott, who was in behind, and again lashed wide of the near post. Timeout slipped down from Isho Haskell. It was only a momentary pondering. He decided not to brandish it. Cal got a foot in to prevent Polissina from going forward, though it only found for Escalzo, who clipped to the back post cleverly where McClure was on her own. And just couldn't quite steer it beyond and in. And for Fitzroy, they'll be thinking back. Last time they were champions of the land. It's been some time. As for Escalzo's charging one to another, that's a brilliant save from Daly. To apply denial. Flung long by Mason Jones, cut out by Friscalzo. Claudia Friscalzo rekindled, moved it on to McClure. And once more has got Whiting to go at. Polissina couldn't place away from Hewitt. Polissina still charging. Cal came across. McClure moved it on for Friscalzo. Polissina. Patient, measured. Friscalzo, gorgeous flick off the post. Nearly a masterpiece. And all it needed was to be the other side. And it would have bruised the post, then rippled the net. We have a close-up. There's Araha. Slid it on for Polissina. Put down to Friscalzo. Took over from Claudia Friscalzo and is on the charge. Berry in retreat, Polissina, Friscalzo. Worked a yard on Hewitt. Whiting was there and Whiting was happy to clear. And now the timeout slip will be handed in. Isho Haskell just deciding that that's enough for the time being. Him and Suleiman Mohammed maybe to slow the game down more than anything. And fancy a word for themselves as Friscalzo. Can they go in with the scoreboard unfurther damage? No, they can't. As Polissina's at the double. And Fitzroy in pursuit of number 5 have hit 5. Pinpoint from Polissina, and that will be timeout for Hume, who went to it further wounded than they arrived. As we go to a break in Darabin, Fitzroy's fast start in pursuit of the league title. They lead Hume by 5-0.
I would say Layla Abdul-Tif.
I think Amanda Araha from Fitzroy.
Claudia Friscalzo.
Oh, I'll be biased. Reed Jacobs, because she doesn't even know what she's got to do before she does it, let alone us. But then from across the league, Alexis from Fitzroy. She's too good. And Karina's alright.
Let me actually think. Fitzroy's white kit.
Which team has the best kit in the league?
Biased opinion, but also Fitzroy.
That's easy, it's us. I'm sorry, it's us.
Not a question, Melbourne AKU.
Liz Air.
I think that one will have to be Layla Abdulatif. She would definitely win every time.
Layla Abdulatif.
Returning from timeout. Fitzroy with a fast first half start. Frascalzo's in behind with immediacy. And took a tumble while winning a corner. What a start it has been for them tonight. 5-0 up in pursuit of a 5th league title. It would take them to within 1 of FC Richmond from way back when. Real blast from the past. For a lot of you regular watchers, they themselves have got 6 titles to their name. Fitzroy will be one from the legacy, really. Club of prestige and history in and of themselves. There's Policina. Placed it for Frascalzo. Rihanna Policina went with height to the back post. Frascalzo was lurking. Just couldn't get a launch to nod it beyond. Well beyond the final 5 to half-time in Tarabin. And as far as the Tigers are concerned, they are almost halfway there. As Hewitt unable to flick it further down the line. Berry went with height. Suleiman Mohamed Isho Haskell cutting 2 much maligned figures on the Hume touchline. As Berry flicked long, Whiting took it down. Hewitt went to help it on for Berry once more. Araha was there in retreat and ushered it out of play. There's Policina. Frascalzo was lunging and unable to make it stick. Lob long by Daly, who has gone direct many a time. Whiting went the flick on. Didn't connect as cleanly as she would have liked. An easy gather for Mason Jones. Frascalzo now. Araha. Policina went the other way. Amanda Araha was patient. Rihanna Policina opened up. Now Frascalzo with a sharp swivel and a lovely finish. Postage stamp. And Hume have been hit for 6. There's Cow. While Jaron. Hume have been hanging in there for a lot of this first half. Have been trying to limit the damage, really, that Fitzroy have been doing. Party not yet started, though it is nearing ever so slightly its opening time. The trophy is in the building, and the trophy is having yellow and blue adorned onto it as we speak, as Frascalzo's following stung the palms of Daly at the expense of a corner. Set for Frascalzo, quickly by Araha, who then went and got it back. Amanda Araha had a yard, it went through legs. That's a fine save from Daly. On the rebound is Mason Jones. Araha take 2. Had Cow to drive at. Switch for Wal Jarin. Araha. Frascalzo, Araha, Wal Jarin. The combination's crisp. Amanda Araha's drive wins another corner. Frascalzo's corner. Had to wait momentarily, got it back from Araha, tried to steer it for Wal Jarin. Hewitt proved a handy roadblock, not once but twice. Frascalzo to leave it, Araha to drive it! And it's got a little flick on the way. Amanda Araha through the lot. A moment of uncertainty. And a moment of misfortune perhaps for Paige Daly in the Hume goal. Who got the final touch. Araha drilled it with raw pace and was hit with far too much venom for her to contain. Another Fitzroy corner. Policina this time only found the side netting. It had not stayed alive. Long for Whiting, who got out the outside. Policina unable to get there while Jarin was lurking. Heasley. Claudia Frescalzo, no way beyond Hewitt. 68 seconds to the break. It's Policina. Frescalzo. Patient Policina gave it a poke. Whiting was in the way. Mason Jones is a long way from home. And Amy Whiting had a look up momentarily and fancied a go. Policina allowed to carry. Closing first half stages. Frescalzo's touch too heavy. Again flung long for Whiting. Again Policina got a foot in. It is not yet party mode, though. Scott Rogan, Dharma Georgie, Jimmy Sufas cutting very relaxed figures. As Policina again carries with time ticking away. They want one more for the break. Nodded away by Hewitt. Frescalzo, though, was lurking and will go and win it back. Policina. Well, Jarin. The switch for Heasley, who couldn't steer it for Frescalzo. Gathered without much fuss by Daly, who again went direct. Whiting made a battle of it, had Arnott up with her. Berry was on the rebound. Arnott was on her own, and Mason Jones once again has worn one at personal cost. Not for the first time this half, unfortunately for her. And Maria Patrika's just going over to tend to Beth Mason-Jones, make sure she's all right. Suleiman Mohammed is in a mood to get over to the other side of the touchline. Has not been the half that his Hume side would have wanted. So, with 3 seconds to the break then. Free kick for Whiting, who steered centrally. Mason-Jones will give it a drive. And Daly, with a single second, will give away a corner. Unbelievable. The time almost entirely expired. And with 1 second to go, Fitzroy have a corner. Frescalzo's take. Heasley nearly made it work as well. Though the shot was scuffed, the whistle will beat them. But Fitzroy are halfway there to a first title in a little bit of time. Half time in Darabin. It's Fitzroy 7, Hume 0.
If I was a girl, probably not Layla.
The most clutch player in the competition is definitely Claudia Frescalzo. She is number one for sure.
Sarah Easthope. I'm going to say Amanda Aroha.
I think this player gets underrated a lot, but Rebecca Davis.
Claudia Frescalzo. Gisela Pepino.
Why do people hate Hume, and why do they hate where we're going to and heading to? I can truly say it's jealousy.
You can see he's pretty professional now. Even for me, from an outsider's perspective, I can see the development of the club, and it's just a different level.
I said, look, I want to take Hume into a different direction of expanding our connections, and that's when we started thinking abroad and thinking about, okay, what's Hume's future looking like? Are we going to sit the same, or are we going to grow?
A part of any journey is learning, right? So Adam's learnt a lot, you can see. Made a lot of mistakes in the past.
It was a rebuild. I took players from Championship, I took players from outdoor, anything just to stay into the league. Obviously not to let the Hume badge fall. We took it into a different direction, which was the wrong direction.
And you can see how we can transform a team within a very short period of time. It's only been, what, 6-7 months? And we're like a really well-oiled engine now.
Going for top three, sitting top three at the moment, where everyone doubted us, coming from relegation, bringing in one of the best coaches in Australia for futsal, bringing in players that are young but can shine. I think that's the best step that we've taken, pretty much.
Nando came in and brought different kind of energy. Obviously, I came back from injury pretty much the same week as Nando signed with us, so it was kind of like a coincidence. You can see the progress and what we've been doing for that long, like how much we've improved as a club.
Even when they're undermanned, even when the odds are against them, like we're fighting this season. That's the beauty. Previously, when I came, I didn't know. I didn't have a feeling if we're going to come back or not. But now I always feel like we're in it.
When you're winning games, right, it brings a different energy. When you're winning week in, week out, or you drop points here and there, but like you're winning 80% of your games or something. You're on a high. I think it makes a really big difference to Adam. He's been unbelievable as a president, as he got obviously last year. So he's obviously been a big part of all of this, and he's been doing unbelievable. Big credit to everyone, to be honest. We're on the right track, I believe, and hopefully we just get better from here.
It's all about the brotherhood. It's all about passion. It's all about, if my brother's falling down, what can I do to pick him up? Or how can I pick him up?
It doesn't matter what you do at a club. If you're there long enough, it becomes like your property kind of. It feels like you have a piece. You want to stand up and protect it. So I'll always want to protect this club, no matter what.
We focus on everything. We focus on all the aspects. And I think that's what a lot of clubs don't have. A lot of clubs hate on us because of that. And the fact that we bring passion to the sport, there's no limit. The sky's the limit. When you have teams like Fitzroy, who's been up there and played the nationals, or you have teams like Moreland who played national tournaments as well, if they can do it, why can't we?
I would say Layla Abdul too.
I think Amanda Araha from Fitzroy.
Claudia Fuscalzo.
Oh, I'll be biased. Reed Jacobs, because she doesn't even know what she's got to do before she does it, let alone us. But then from across the league, Alexia from Fitzroy.
Returning from half-time here in Darebin, Fitzroy halfway to a first league title in a little while. The first league title here in Darebin. It has been quite the wait for Jimmy Soufas, for Scott Rogan, for Dharma Georgie and co. Dharma Georgie played the last time Fitzroy won the league in Thomastown. Has had quite the time since then. Has had a horrible, horrible run with injuries throughout the latter stages, though is still able to be part of a team who have been on a run this season that has been simply sensational. Scored more than anyone else, conceded fewer than anyone else, have been rampant from match day one, and are now simply 20 minutes away from a title they justly deserve. The prospect of Hume throwing a spanner in the works dissolved quite quickly. As Abdul Latif, we want to start this second half the same way they closed the first, which was in a real flurry as McClure. Frascalzo, who was charging at Berry, guided to the near post where Arnott was waiting, just as Heasley was looking to steal in. Clearance was no further than Mason Jones, who will restart things. Now Arnott once again came through to get a foot in. There is a show closer to come tonight, though. it is well and truly of somberness, more so than anything for one of the teams involved. The Victoria Lions know that this is well and truly it. Tigers will be title winning. Still looking in the mood with Abdul Latif, who had 2 to go around, evaded Hewitt, though was unable to evade Berry. Hewitt then came across to clear. McClure unable to go further forward. And it's been an incredible second half of the season that has really springboarded them back to title pole position, back to prominence. It's the 6th straight win in a row to round out the league. McClure stung the palms of Daly, who then saw it dip onto the bar and away for a corner. Only a solitary defeat in well beyond their last 10. It's the kind of form that we are talking about. The run-in for Fitzroy turned to a sprint from minute 1. Corner set with depth. Heasley. Abdul Latif had a drive. Got a deflection, which steered it away for another corner. Heasley's take. McClure got a flick. Berry intervenes, and they will go once more. 3 successive set pieces. As Abdul Latif's turn once more. McClure. She gave a drive. Daly saw it. Clear view. Drive wide of the near post. And that time, when trying to lob it forwards, rattled the railing. Heasley makes way. McDougall instated. McClure moved it on. In through to Abdul Latif, who is happy to take some time out of the game. Whiting happy to sit off. Here is McDougall. No way beyond Hewitt. Layla Abdul Latif once more. McClure gave it a drive. Daly uncertain at the near post. Took no chances and palmed away for a corner. A really quick fire set piece start to this second half. Neath McClure in a hurry to take. 2 arriving at the near post. McDougall was on her own. It was set behind Abdul Latif, who got a poke on it anyway. Mason Jones. Had to venture further forward. Had to venture further into Hume territory as Frescalzo couldn't place it into the path of McDougall. Daly looked long. Hewitt made the run. Whiting was battling. Frescalzo picked it off via Abdul Latif. Diana Frescalzo on the drive. 2 are up with her. Abdul Latif, the late arriver. And Layla Abdul Latif crashed her effort just over the bar. Merely inches from something troubling and maybe the pick of the bunch on what, with as the seconds tick by, turns more and more to a night of celebration. And though a little bit of a topsy-turvy time for Fitzroy since they last won the league. Season 2 of 2023, way back in Thomastown. Last time they were champions, they followed up with 5th, 3rd, back-to-back second-place finishes. They have been gaining once again. This is something that has been built over 5 long seasons worth of waiting. In that time we've moved venues, players have come and gone. Title had proved elusive. They must have wondered last year, that second stint, if it was ever going to be theirs once again. I'd have wondered at times this season if it was going to be theirs once again. Frescalzo, Policina, Araha getting readied. So a trio of changes. A trio of Tigers, all of whom are eager to continue to make their mark as Frescalzo's on the drive and Daly's down to deny. And there are those 3 changes. Only 2 made at the moment. McClure, Abdul Latif, their stints come to an end. Corner set to the near post, cleared only as far as Policina, who tried to drive through traffic. Cow was there to cut it out and then clear her lines. Hume have hung in there for a half and a bit. And Fitzroy have found much ferocity here. Frascalzo tiptoed in behind the wrong side of Whiting and was just unable to apply a finishing touch on it. Hammer the clearance into McDougall. Arnott then was wasteful and only found Araha, who might nearly benefit from a gift, and dragged her effort just at the last moments. Drove it wide of the far post. Though they have heaped on the opportunities. 7 could very well have been double digits by now. McDougall's flick, cut out by Cow. And way beyond Araha. And you get the feeling with every minute that passes, there will be more and more glances at the clock just to see how much closer they are. Barkis while Jarin getting readied. There's Berry. Went to ward off Polissina and won a free kick. Amy Whiting to take. Hume removing the clean sheet. May be the only sourer on the night, as McDougall helped it on for Polissina, and Araha will walk it in at the back post. A Polissina breakaway of devastating pace. Amanda Araha judged the run perfectly and simply did the rest. Arrived on cue and gave all that was required. Their first goal of the second half. It's taken them some time, more time than it took in the first half. Araha was nearly in for a quick 1-2 punch. They were almost close to running away with this game. Polissina got a foot in as Whiting was lurking. McDougall will usher it out of play. Whiting a little uncertain, a little in disbelief as to who got the final touches. Polissina now. Frascalzo. Rihanna Polissina. Those two have been, in terms of the running, that's a glorious ball from Frascalzo to Polissina, who stole in superbly. And they are one from double digits. That's a beauty of a ball from Claudia Frascalzo. Split Hume in half. And Polissina couldn't miss. It's the kind of devastation they have shown all season long. And in the race for half a century in terms of goals this season, Frascalzo's passed a lot. One who may be eyeing not just a league title, but some own personal accolade for her efforts this season. Has been in the MVP race since season start. Has held her claim most of the way. One of the early front runners then was one of the two that were chasing it, as it is the case with one of the two chasing the title. Sometimes they sense where would they be without her. Whiting with a tidy ball. Hewitt is in behind, and Mason Jones made her first intervention for some time. You have got themselves a corner. Cast take, clipped by Araha. Berry hesitated and then opened the door for Waljarin, who then wandered beyond wonderfully. Looked to steer for Frascalzo. Whiting and Daly sorted it out. Polissina dynamically won it back. Frascalzo tangoing with Cow. Set it back for Araha. Moved on for Polissina, who went to place for Frascalzo. No, way beyond Whiting. Waljarin now. Berry stayed stood. Polissina, Frascalzo, while Jarin was on her own. And Paige Daly will give it a drive, though unsuccessfully so. There's been a real freedom and a real calmness to the way that Fitzroy have approached this. Title run-ins can prove tricky, even when you inherit pole position going into the final day. They stole provisional pole. from Vic Lyons last week. That was the game, though, really, that set the pressure for the race. It could have been over last week. 14 days that have shaped a season that may well very shape an era. A futsal frenzy of a fortnight. And here is Frascalzo, twisting and turning and still not finding a way through. As Alice Cow was not retreated far enough for Maria Patrikis' particular liking. Set for Araha to drive, 2 in the crowd, Fitzroy corner. Corner taken with haste for Araha, rattled into Hewitt. Whiting again across the clear. Anywhere will do for Hume. It has been the mantra all evening long. Fitzroy simply looking to see how many they will want to pile on as Claudia Frascalzo is in behind. Whiting cleared it away. Cal then came to the rescue. They are continually knocking on the door. It would take an historic performance from Fitzroy to topple 200 for the season. They would have to break all sorts of records if it were to be that kind of night. Started the evening 176, 9 takes them to 185. They need a further 15. They would need to win 24-0 to hit 200 for the campaign. And Policina is in behind. Cal was there to clear for us. Calzo was lurking. And while Jarin rekindled and recovered, Mason Jones now encouraged to go on a wander. Threaded for Policina, who couldn't place it for Wal Jarin. And then the only wonder after a season like this is how on earth do you go and follow it? Having set the bar, having raised the bar, one of two whom have done so. End of a titanic race. And in a way, they've almost earned the leisure they are playing with as Frascalzo checked away from Hewitt, then from Arnott. Hewitt did well at the second attempt to get a foot in and to clear. Frascalzo's take, while Jarin, Policina, Balkis while Jarin sizing up Whiting, who in turn got a foot in just to stop the advance further forward. You must wonder if there were times where they thought it had slipped from their grasp. Early run of the season, they had a 4-point barrier to make up. They did so 3 weeks ago as well. Oh, a side in a club who can never be counted out as Policina this time pierces her way through and pierces Fitzroy to double digits on what will be their crowning night. Prolific. The only word that gives an accurate description. And what a reintroduction to the fold she has been. Reala Policina has given an extra bite, an extra energy to a side that were not necessarily in need of a pick-me-up, but a bit of buoyancy, a massive boost in confidence, getting someone of the calibre of Reala Policina back into the piece. Araha got it back from Wal Jarin, steered for Policina. Arriving was Frascalzo. Cal got a foot in, Araha recovered it. Still darting Amanda Araha. Reala Policina. Frascalzo lurking. While Jarin gave it a whack. And only did so by hitting the side of the stanchion. I know for Hume this has not been an evening that they will remember, that they will want to have long in the memory. There's an opportunity for them, defensively at least, to test out what of that Defiance ability. They've sat the entire game. Suleiman Mohamed Isha Haskell on a mission of damage limitation. Double digits, the best they can do so far. As Araha, Frascalzo, Policina. Plays back for Claudia Frescalzo, who was tiptoeing away forward. On it now. After Whiting and Cal got challenges in. Polisina let it run for Mason Jones. Amanda Araha, Balkiswell Jarrett. Araha wants to get on the drive! With a sweet sweeping strike. A left foot launch from Amanda Araha. Space opened up. Daly was grounded and Araha drilled it delightfully into the bottom corner. They are simply racking up the tally. They are simply en route to the celebrations, and Polisina is on the charge. Abdulatif was in behind. Arna got a foot in. Polisina picked it off. Abdulatif intricately returned it. Shout for hand, ball waved away. And all that in the first patch of the second half, which we've hit the halfway stage of. Since the break, a quadrant of Fitzroy breakthroughs. Polisina, Frescalzo went on her own, and Claudia Frescalzo not only running away in the golden boot race, but maybe, just maybe, setting the seal on a most valuable campaign. And timeout Hume for good measure. They want to words, they want a breather. Fitzroy want to get the party started as we go to a break in Darabin. It's Fitzroy 12, Hume 0.
Alexis from Fitzroy, she's too good. And Karina's alright.
Let me actually think. Fitzroy's white kit.
Which team has the best kit in the league?
Biased opinion, but also Fitzroy.
That's easy, it's us. I'm sorry, it's us.
Not a question, Melbourne AKU.
Liz Air.
I think that one will have to be Layla Abdulatif. She would definitely win every time.
Ooh. Layla Abdulatif, baller.
If I was a girl, probably not Layla.
The most clutch player in the competition is definitely Claudia Frescalzo. She is number one for sure.
Sarah Easthope. I'm going to say Amanda Aroha.
I think this player gets underrated a lot, but Rebecca Davis.
Returning from timeout for what potentially for these two teams this season could be the final time, unless there is to be a late Fitzroy timeouts of their own. Tick under 10 from title number 5. 3 long years. They've had to wait. They have had to watch others lift it. The last two in particular probably hurt the most. Aku consistent. Aku a constant thorn in the side. 2 great races, none quite like this. Any F1 fans, last season may well have been Monaco, the season before Silverstone. This one well and truly Monza. Full throttle, fast, furious. And though in the end, Fitzroy will be the ones to come out on top at the end of it. Berry intervened. Damage limitation for Hume hath failed. Hewitt no way beyond Abdulatif, battle though she does. Abdulatif with 2 to ward away. Cal picked her pocket, then Frescalzo mopped up the loose ball. Abdulatif is charging. Diana Frescalzo looked to steer it for her, and Daly got there to deny. There's Cal. Frescalzo wide of the post. There will be no let up. There will be no let off. Hewitt's header. One which he couldn't apply a finishing touch to. And you think to the real project of building this side. It's been over the course of a calendar year, many a signing made last season right at the very start by Scott Rogan, Dharma Georgie and Jimmy Soufas, all of whom precisely hand-picked the players that they wanted to be the missing pieces to the puzzle. I think the arrivals of Amanda Araha, Layla Abdulatif, two who have come of age this season. Two who have been worth their weight in gold. Raha arrived from Aku, returned from injury. Abdulatif made the move midway through 2025. As here she is now. Has gone from someone that has had bags of potential. It is being harnessed now. It has always been harnessed for Layla Abdulatif. This a different way, sharper. And creatively freed. As Abdulatif had a go. Took a flick on the way, it will be a corner. McClure's take. Cut out by Berry, who had Mason Jones a long way from home. And she was happy to recover it and then give it back all the way to Rebecca Berry. Abdulatif's turn to get to challenge him. Favoured Diana Friscalzo, who's got away from Hewitt momentarily and has won another corner. Set with immediate leap for Heasley to drive, deflected and in. Unfortunate ricochet, adds one further.
Did you need anything else?
For Hewitt is cruel. Oh, for Fitzroy, it is another step on the path. Crown is being polished. As we speak, it is being bejeweled. As Diana Friscalzo picked it off Hewitt and was driving with dare. Whiting cleared no further than Abdulatif, who rolled it on for McClure. This time Berry got a boot in the right direction. Layla Abdulatif to recover it. You think of those new arrivals, with Abdulatif being one of them. It's a season of moments, a season where it's been on a knife edge. I think that opening meeting with 1-0, they were locked level in an arm wrestle. Approaching the final couple of minutes, Niamh McClure came up with 2 in next to no time, and it turned 1 point into 3. At the first step, they were of different kin to anyone chasing them. Last week, the ultimate test of that. 2 down at half-time. It could so easily have gotten away from them. A sumptuous second half. Hit 4 without reply, a late consolation. Didn't unnerve. Fitzroy held firm to have today be their day. Friscalzo. McClure went on the drive and Daly got across. Yet another corner. Taken for Abdulatif. Work for Diana Friscalzo, who looked to set it off for a runner. Abdulatif obliged it, such! And Layla Abdulatif gets herself in on the act. All are hitting the board tonight. Finished deftly, with finesse. 14 on coronation night. Post-game interview at this point could be more akin to the Queen's speech. As Layla Abdulatif moved it on, got it back from Heasley. Cowell got a foot in. Whiting. They are simply starting to count down the seconds. That's good footwork from Heasley. Layla Abdulatif on the charge, on for McDougall, set for Friscalzo, cut out by Whiting. Diana Friscalzo kept it going. And Berry read smartly, and Hume have got a counter. Cut out by Heasley though, without much fuss, and then Hewitt came across to get a foot in. Glance at the clock from Suleiman Mohammed. He is hoping that this can find its whistle soon for Fitzroy though. They will want the final 5.5 to feel like an eternity. Every second may be being savoured as Cal got a foot in. As this Polysina wanted to get going once more. They are looking to be the next to bid the season farewell with 3 points. This, the most precious, most important of them. Easily no way beyond Whiting, though it'll find its way out of play. Mason Jones now. Easily forgotten. There is one to follow on this Victoria Lions Carlton Hearts in a game that, for one of these two, will prove inconsequential now. As Polysina again couldn't find a way beyond Hewitt. She was happy to get a foot in. Mason Jones will see it trickle out of play. And it took a little flick off Rihanna Polysina on the way. Whiting. That's a gorgeous find for Cal, who got in behind, and Berry arrived at the near post. Still, the clean sheet is intact, though that is the most menacing Hume have looked. Unable to claw one back. Comfortably, though, their best move of the night. The best that they have been able to showcase. As Polysina got it back from Heasley. Couldn't steer for Frascalzo, cleared away by Hewitt. For Hume, this is the final act of really what's been a dress rehearsal for life in Series Futsal. You will see more names in Black Army colours next season. You will see more additions aside. Much renewed foundations have been laid by Suleiman Mohammed and co as McDougall follows in, and Cal got across. Suleiman Mohammed, Isha Haskell, both laying the foundations. Nicholas Parthamos rumoured to be joining the crew come the next campaign in coaching capacity. Black Army bolstering their ranks as Raha unable to clear. He will be hoping that, although he can only go and get 2 trophies, hat-trick on the weekend, he'll be looking for at least a brace to close out 2025. The cabinet in the managerial front, though, they will have to go toe-to-toe with this team. Few have. There's Polysina. Araha. Again met by Hewitt. Lovely shift from Amanda Araha. Stung the palms of Daly. And it fell for Berry. Frascalzo was quick to press. Berry was happy to clear her lines. It is nearly time for the great weight to be done. A lot of personal pride for Jimmy Soufas, who was at the helm the last time they were champions. Has rebuilt this side, has come close on many an occasion, has finally scaled the mountain once again. As Polysina. Question may be how many they can take with them at this point in time. Polysina charging at Hewitt. Cal concedes the corner. Fitzroy in. Little hurry now for Frascalzo. Araha. Moved for McDougall. And again, Cal got a foot in. And tests the touch of the Fitzroy gaffer on the touchline. Soon to be once again a title-winning coach. Araha. Polysina went to set back for Araha. Berry was oncoming and able to go and pick it off. Able to steer it further forward. The time now ticking away. Reaching that sort of equation where it goes to a haze between getting the job done and between celebration time. All still unmoved, all still with cards close to chest on the Fitzroy bench. You sense, though, there is to be some celebration in that part of town tonight. For some of these girls, the first time they have reached the top step. For others, the first time in a little while, but they are glad to be back there. As Whiting gave it a go, perhaps in consolation for Hume, and could not find as such. Both Claudia, Diana Frescalzo in the mix. Last time they were title winners. Side that has had to go through a bit of a rebuild. You think about players like Daniela Galluccio, who had also been part of that title-winning team, though not in the squad this season. A new throng of Fitzroy Immortals. Policina. Frescalzo. Happy to have a go at Hewitt once more. Poked on for Cal. Cleared only as far as Frescalzo. Policina. Araha. Frescalzo, Policina, wonderful, and all it needed was the finishing touch. A whisker from another. Oh, so close. While Jaron was storming in at the back post and just couldn't find the finish to close it out. As Frescalzo took over from Hewitt. These two just starting to tick time down a little bit. Claudia Frescalzo only clipped it into Whiting while Jaron went and won it back. Policina took over. Does she fancy one more for the road? Policina, Frescalzo away from Hewitt. And again, Humar able to get back, though can't clear further than while Jaron. Araha's turn to have a drive, and she drove just wide. Then it was speared long, again direct for Whiting. Mason-Jones with a gather. And now, Beth Mason-Jones, does she want to add her name to the score as this? She certainly does, which Cal gets in the way of. Araha kept it rolling, got it back from Jarin. Steered it for Policina, who will put the exclamation point and maybe the final jewel in the crown. Possibly the missing piece. Vital in the run-in. No better time to get her back as we enter the final minute of not just Hume's season, not just Fitzroy's season, but of Fitzroy's championship campaign, one where they are about to be crowned. Now, Jimmy Soufas and Scott Rogan can smile. They know the job is long done. They know they have been building to this. Louise Hewitt across with force. And cameraman Abdul Kadir, Matteo Caligaro, assistant referee, were all in the firing line. The medals are laid, the trophy is polished. It is ready to be gathered, it is ready to be picked up. They can hardly wait to get their hands on it. All of them fever pitch. They were fever pitch to get going when they got in this building. They have been in a hurry all night. They have taken their time in the only way to deconstruct Hume on their way. There is to be a new champion. There is to be a changing of the guards in the first patch of 2026. We said throughout the season, as the months stick by, the ribbons would be blue and yellow. Which way would they fall? The eagle wait continues. 10 seconds will feel like 10 years. Though the time for pondering, the time for wandering, the time for all of that hurt is over. It's been 5 seasons. It has been 3 years since last they did it. But finally, the wait is over. For the first time in Darabin, for the first time in a little bit of time, Fitzroy have scaled the mountain. They are champions of the land for Season 1 in 2026, and they do so by defeating Hume 15-0.
Claudia Frescalzo. Gisela Pepino.
Why do people hate Hume, and why do they hate where we're going to and heading to? I can truly say it's jealousy.
You can see he's pretty professional now. Even for me, from an outsider's perspective, I can see the development of the club, and it's just a different level.
I said, look, I want to take Hume into a different direction of expanding our connections, and that's when we started thinking abroad and thinking about, okay, what's Hume's future looking like? Are we going to sit the same, or are we going to grow?
A part of any journey is learning, right? So Adam's learnt a lot, you can see. Made a lot of mistakes in the past.
It was a rebuild. I took players from Championship. I took players from outdoor. Anything just to stay into the league. Obviously not to let the Hume badge fall. We took it into a different direction, which was the wrong direction.
And you can see how we can transform a team within a very short period of time. It's only been, 6-7 months? And we're like a really well-oiled engine now.
Going for top three, sitting top three at the moment, where everyone doubted us, coming from relegation, bringing in one of the best coaches in Australia for futsal, bringing in players that are young but can shine. I think that's the best step that we've taken, pretty much.
Nando came in and brought different kind of energy. Obviously, I came back from injury pretty much the same week as Nando signed with us, so it was kind of like a coincidence. You can see the progress and what we've been doing for that long, like how much we've improved as a club.
Even when they're undermanned, even when the odds are against them, like we're fighting this season. That's the beauty. Previously, when I came, I didn't know. I didn't have a feeling if we're going to come back or not. But now I always feel like we're in it.
When you're winning games, right, it brings a different energy. When you're winning week in, week out, or you drop points here and there, but like you're winning 80% of your games or something, you're on a high. I think it makes a really big difference to Adam. He's been unbelievable as a president, as he's go obviously last year. So he's obviously been a big part of all of this, and he's been doing unbelievable. Big credit to everyone, to be honest. We're on the right track, I believe, and hopefully we just get better from here.
It's all about the brotherhood. It's all about passion. It's all about, if my brother's falling down, what can I do to pick him up, or how can I pick him up?
It doesn't matter what you do at a club. If you're there long enough, it becomes like your property kind of. It feels like you have a piece. You want to stand up and protect it. So I'll always want to protect this club, no matter what.
We focus on everything. We focus on all the aspects. And I think that's what a lot of clubs don't have. A lot of clubs hate on us because of that. And the fact that we bring passion to the sport, there's no limit. The sky's the limit. When you have teams like Fitzroy, who's been up there and played the nationals, or you have teams like Moreland who played national tournaments as well, if they can do it, why can't we?
And so, they have had to wait some time. We have to go back to Thomastown. The last time they were champions of the land. They are only one from the all-time title record now. Tiana Friscalzo will kickstart the medal ceremony. Someone who has been well and truly on the roads with this club throughout its entire time. Claudia Friscalzo has played the starring role, over half a century of goals in a season. I have never ever been able to say that about a player. It's been a wonderful campaign from her. Neve McClure has had her crucial moments, as has Amanda Araha. Brianna Polissina came in for the run-in and was worth her weight in gold. Beth Mason-Jones, though, sharing time in between the sticks with Elizabeth Eyre, has been superb whenever required. McDougall's minutes have been scarce this season, though the impact has been more of quality over quantity. Layla Abdul-Latif, what a creator, has been the part of this side. And for Dharma Georgie, who last played, who has been on quite the journey, what a moment this is for her too. One of the people who will consider this her club. And finally, she has played a big part in getting them back to the top, as have Jimmy Sufas and Scott Rogan, who have been the heartbeat of the project, who have been well and truly with it since day one. And for a side who have been the best team all season, the road was long, it was winding, it was not easy to scale. At times it looked like it might go. But for the first time in 5 seasons, Fitzroy are champions of the Series Futsal Women's Premiership, and have done so in one of the great races which they were worthy, which they were wonderful winners of. A 5th league title overall, and one for this now new set of yellow and blue immortals, perhaps maybe kicking off an era of their own right here in Darebin.
I would say Layla Abdul-Latif.
Well, I think Amanda Araha from Fitzroy.
Claudia Fuscalzo.
Oh, I'll be biased. Reed Jacobs, because she doesn't even know what she's going to do before she does it, let alone us. But then from across the league, Alexis from Fitzroy. She's too good. And Karina's alright.
Let me actually think. Fitzroy's white kid.
Which team has the best kid in the league?
Biased opinion, but also Fitzroy.
That's easy, it's us. I'm sorry, it's us.
Not a question, Melbourne AKU.
Liz Air.
I think that one will have to be Layla Abdul-Latif. She would definitely win every time.
Layla Abdul-Latif. Baller.
If I was a girl, probably not Layla.
The most clutch player in the competition is definitely Claudia Fuscalzo. She is number one for sure.
Sarah Easthope. I'm going to say Amanda Aroha.
I think this player gets underrated a lot, but Rebecca Davis.
Claudia Fuscalzo. Gisela Pepino.
Why do people hate Hume, and why do they hate where we're going to and heading to? I can truly say it's jealousy.
You can see he's pretty professional now. Even for me, from an outsider's perspective, I can see the development of the club, and it's just a different level.
I said, look, I want to take Hume into a different direction of expanding our connections, and that's when we started thinking abroad and thinking about, okay, what's Hume's future looking like? Are we going to sit the same, or are we going to grow?
A part of any journey is learning, right? So Adam's learnt a lot, you can see. Made a lot of mistakes in the past.
It was a rebuild. I took players from Championship. I took players from outdoor. Anything just to stay into the league. Obviously not to let the Hume badge fall. We took it into a different direction, which was the wrong direction.
And you can see how we can transform a team within a very short period of time. It's only been, 6-7 months? And we're like a really well-oiled engine now.
Going for top three, sitting top three at the moment, where everyone doubted us, coming from relegation, bringing in one of the best coaches in Australia for futsal, bringing in players that are young but can shine. I think that's the best step that we've taken, pretty much.
Nandul came in and brought different kind of energy. Obviously, I came back from injury pretty much the same week as Nandul signed with us, so it was kind of like a coincidence. You can see the progress and what we've been doing for that long, how much we've improved as a club.
Even when they're undermanned, even when the odds are against them, like we're fighting this season. That's the beauty. Previously, when I came, I didn't know. I didn't have a feeling if we're going to come back or not. But now I always feel like we're in it.
When you're winning games, right, it brings a different energy. When you're winning week in, week out, or you drop points here and there, but like you're winning 80% of your games or something, you're on a high. I think it makes a really big difference to Adam. He's been unbelievable as a president, as he goes obviously last year. So he's obviously been a big part of all of this, and he's been doing unbelievable. Big credit to everyone, to be honest. We're on the right track, I believe, and hopefully we just get better from here.
It's all about the brotherhood. It's all about passion. It's all about, if my brother's falling down, what can I do to pick him up? Or how can I pick him up?
It doesn't matter what you do at a club. If you're there long enough, it becomes like your property kind of thing. It feels like you have a piece. you want to stand up and protect it. So I'll always want to protect this club, no matter what.
We focus on everything. We focus on all the aspects. And I think that's what a lot of clubs don't have. A lot of clubs hate on us because of that. And the fact that we bring passion to the sport, there's no limit. The sky's the limit. When you have teams like Fitzroy, who's been up there and played the nationals, or you have teams like Moreland who played national tournaments as well, if they can do it, why can't we?
I would say Layla Abdul-Latif.
I think Amanda Araha from Fitzroy.
Claudia Fuscalzo.
Oh, I'll be biased. Reed Jacobs, because she doesn't even know what she's going to do before she does it, let alone us. But then from across the league, Alexis from Fitzroy. She's too good. And Karina's alright.
Let me actually think. Fitzroy's white kit.
Which team has the best kid in the league?
Biased opinion, but also Fitzroy.
That's easy, it's us. I'm sorry, it's us.
Not a question, Melbourne AKU.
Liz Air.
I think that one will have to be Layla Abdul-Latif. She would definitely win every time.
Ooh. Layla Abdul-Latif, baller.
If I was a girl, probably not Layla.
The most clutch player in the competition is definitely Claudia Fuscalzo. She is number one for sure.
Sarah Easthope. I'm going to say Amanda Roja.
I think this player gets underrated a lot, but Rebecca Davis.
And so, for the final time, it is kick-off for Season 1 in 2026. It is the show closer, and for Victoria Lions, it falls on a little bit of a somber note. The win beforehand, Fitzroy confirmed as the champions for the 5th time in their history. A Victoria Lions side who have been in the race with them all season fell just short at the penultimate hurdle last week. They cannot be champions, though. You cannot underestimate and you cannot understate the work of Jimmy Soufas, of Scott Rogan, of Dharma Georgie, of Fitzroy, who have been superb in their title win for the campaign. Nones Langham & Co gave them a great run, possibly the greatest run we have seen here in Darebin, though they ultimately fall short. However, they can end the season with a win, albeit inconsequential, against a Carlton Arts side who themselves want to finish things rather brightly. Reece Teresi will be eager to close out the campaign with 3 positive points, as Clarissa Allerton wins an early free kick, was nodded away by Lamari. Bowen was in the mix. Nissan went to go and win it as well. Won by Stella Nissan in the end. Piers Barlow in retreat. Moved it on centrally, but just wasn't able to find a way further forward. And for Victoria Lions tonight, it does have that sombre feeling to it. No Pepino, no Camilleri, no Easthope. All of whom have been unable to make the journey this evening. It is a little bit of a shame. Would love to have seen them close out a campaign where all of them played a simply stellar role. Their efforts cannot be forgotten this season in an attempt to get this team towards the title bid. Gisela Pepino in the MVP conversation. Camilleri's been critical, but Piers Barlow has won the ball off the cruise early, and Hearts are charging. Bowen's making up ground, as is Lamari. Piers Barlow wanted to go beyond the lots, though Allerton was one too many to tiptoe beyond. And This is the final chapter. You think back to that first Friday in February when all of this began once again. We didn't quite know where any would fall. We didn't know exactly what this race would look like in 2026, an entirely different era. It did feel like a changing of the guard, more so than anything. And beyond it, we got a two-team title race that can take it up to the very, very best that we have seen throughout the history of this competition. Victoria Lions came in as a little bit of an unknown. They knew there was noise being made in the off-season. That noise continued on opening night when they defeated 1-0. It started a grand old journey. It started a story that looked as though it was going to be a fairy tale and then turned into a bittersweet reminder right in the final few chapters that even though things are bright, even though things are new, there can still be that nearly but not quite that hangs over. As Lamari returns for Piers Barlow. Got away from De Cruz. Set it on for Ramaniaka. Bowens returned centrally. Well read by Nissan. Moved on for Kersey. Two players themselves still in Nissan. Jay Kersey have gone from strength to strength this campaign. Both made respective moves. Nissan was at Northern Phoenix. Kersey was at 1-0. Both have been bought under the wing of Gnomes Langham, who has really transformed their fortunes both on and off the court. Developed into fantastic players as the season has gone on. Played their crucial parts in the title race. Kersey's been amongst the goals. Nissan has looked lively and full of confidence when featured. And they'll be hoping to finish a season where they have kicked on and this club has kicked on in the best way possible. Ramaniaka again on the march. Well, won by Allerton. Moved on for Kersey, who is on the charge forward. Had nobody further up with her. De Cruz then went on the switch for Clarissa Allerton once more. Clara Ramaniaka's in retreat. Allerton went with whip. Lamari got a deflection and it found its way through to Emma Olsen for her first piece of action for the evening. Hart themselves, you've got to remember, returned to Darabin also as a complete unknown. They were absent through the second part of 2025 as Kersey is in behind, tried to steer it for Nissan. Olsen against Sprawl with a hand from Piers Barlow to cut the attack at the source. Bowen dropped it off for Ramaniaka. Those two in particular, two of the trusted future, the next generation for Reese Interisi and co, which has come to the fore with increasing immediacy as this season has transpired for Carlton Hart. They started the season without a win in 6 games, had to wait almost a month and a half to get themselves up and running for the new campaign, though now have an opportunity tonight to usurp 1-0 once more and finish in the top 4 for the season. What a turnaround that would be. It's been led by Piers Barlow, who has been their top scorer, who has been really dutiful in leading the show, though Kersey's on the charge, and Olsen had it at a comfy catching height in order to go and gather it. Bowen then made it off for Piers Barlow, who speared it out for Ramaniaka. She went to go at Nissan. Clara Ramaniaka tiptoed beyond, and Lucinda Bowen centrally had a delightful drive that was saved well in the end by Yusufai in goal. Amari took over. Piers Barlow dropped it off. Howard makes her return. Missed a lot of the season with a very unfortunate injury. How good it is to see her back out on court. Yusufai was there to gather. Rolled it off for De Cruz, who had no way beyond Bowen and was in a bit too firmly. Quite a tempered opening 4.5 minutes for both of these sides. Neither able to find a breakthrough. A couple of fouls either way. Both knowing it sort of has a bit of an end-of-season feel. The whole evening has had a real end-of-season feel, which is no coincidence. The opening kick-off, the one that really held any real jeopardy on it tonight. 1-0 defeated by Aku. Fitzroy confirmed the title for the 5th time overall, with a rather crushing win over Hume in the game just gone. And at the moment, these two are both wanting to end their campaigns on a high. There is some jeopardy for Carlton Hart, who can climb further. And Howard is on the drive, and via a deflection wins a corner. And it needed a good save from Yusufai on the way too. It's been a night in Darabin. Temperatures dropped. It has become increasingly brisk as the corner's taken quickly and Kersey intervenes. And she then clipped in clearance, no further than Anna Piers Barlow, who recovered and set Bowen going. Anna Piers Barlow Patient from Carlton Hart. Howard away from Kersey, though not Allerton. Reese and Teresi won't mind this start. His side have got on the front foot. They've looked to play positively on the final day. As Lamari steered it on for Bowen. Allerton was there to get a challenge in and then there to go and win it. And simply took the yards that were afforded to her. And there is a rolling foul, accumulatively, retrospectively. Rodrigo Salas Gnomes Langham in conversation down on the touchline. Victoria Lions boss with a much more relaxed feel about the evening. Someone who's usually wanting her side to be up and at it. Doesn't mind that the pressure is taken off as Piers Barlow steered on for Bowen. Set it back for Howards. Send to Bowen once more. Kersey in retreat. Nissan went to close the switch, though Ramaniaka found the space and clipped it for Piers Barlow, who on the lunge kept it alive. Anna Piers Barlow warding off Allerton, though unable to totally. Still, no one finds a way through. Yusufai's lob long. Bowen intervenes. Howard did well. Ramaniaka, that's lovely to find Piers Barlow. The return equally as so. Ramaniaka, Bowen, Piers Barlow, and Yusufai was there to deny. Again with a safe set of hands. Flick long in search of Howard, who had it bounce over and under when searching. There's Piers Barlow. Howard once again. Left it for Bowen, who calmly took over. Steered out the other way for Howard. Two teams who have been placing an emphasis on keeping the ball this season. This is the start of the final day that Hearts have liked. Kersey could have an opportunity for a counter. Good challenge by Bowen. De Cruz took over. Got away from Howards and ran out of room when trying to go a bit further beyond. Still, there is no way through. Neither side has budged yet on a final day that usually, when you get to the closing kickoff, proves to be a bit of a goal fest. In the meantime, though, the goals are dry, but the futsal is fantastic. It is flowing between these two teams. Good challenge from Ramaniaka. De Cruz then took over. Evaded Bowen just. Set it back for Allerton, who steered it for Kersey. Howard closed the door, though conceded the corner. Couple of changes for Victoria Lions being run. Taylor James making her introduction this evening. De Cruz comes for her first stint as Allerton. Still battling with Bowen and was able to get away beyond. Bowen then got a boot in the second time. Piers Barlow poked it in her direction. Let's see if she could get on the end of it, though was not quite able to. Well, there's not been an opportunity for Victoria Lions, who have placed the emphasis on possession-based futsal to really settle into this game. As Kersey's charging forward, Piers Barlow is in retreat and then went and won it back. Couldn't clear for Ramaniaka, and all of a sudden the opening for James was closed down by Howard at the second try. And now it is Hart's turn to hang in there a little bit. Extended stint for Bowen, which comes to its close. There's Allerton. Patient. Measured, looked to thread for Kersey. Ramaniaka got a foot in. James had it for her way. Kersey then tried to steer it further forward. Howard took over, and on the break is Ramaniaka. Two up with her, one of whom was Lamari. Away from Nissan. And set it back for Howard, who will have a go. And Yusufai will find it quite the comfy gather. A quick release for Kersey, who steered down the line. She took a tumble. Piers Barlow rekindled, recovered, and it was too long for Lamari, who was unable to keep it alive. Set quickly for Allerton to have a go, and Olsen had a clear sight and a safe pair of hands. Fling long though, or one that could find Kersey. As Allerton hold it on in kind. James once more tried to whip it round the corner for Kersey, though couldn't quite. Only one available on the Hart bench tonight. Two that aren't a keeper for Victoria Lions, who in and of themselves know that this is a season they would love to finish strongly. Had been in the race up until now. It would be ill to fall away in the final two games. And Howard gave it away to Kersey, who was one-on-one momentarily. Kersey looked to tiptoe through. And Howard, at the end of many a challenge, put a stop to that. Real wintry chill in this building at the moment. The only heat being provided on court, as Ramaniaka unable to keep it alive or trying to roll further forward. Where Hart went 6 without a win, Victoria Lions won all of their opening 5, and that's a good effort from Allerton. Olsen flew across, though wasn't needed to intervene. Howard once again. Allerton picked it off as she looked to find Ramaniaka. Allerton went driving. Olsen palmed it. Howard then took over and was on the charge with options left and right. Lamari was one, and Yusufai came through to nullify and release Allerton with haste. They moved it on for Nissan. Stella Nissan looked to thread it. Olsen almost had it creep under. And recovered in time to prevent the opening goal. There's Lamari. Tiptoeing beyond Allerton, though not beyond Nissan, who again will kickstart the counter. Only one up with her. Stella Nissan went alone. Piers Barlow was there to block. Lamari came across, though Nissan again has been relentless in recent minutes. James on the follow-in, steered her effort wide. Ticked over the halfway stage of the first half. 10 minutes that have flown by. As Piers Barlow for Lamari to have a go. The palm nearly fell for Ramaniaka, did for Piers Barlow, who blasted her effort across the face. What a way to have a curtain call for the season. Kick-started on 6th of February 2026. There will be a little bit of time off for all of these to rest legs, to get going again for the new campaign to follow. Though it will start wintry, it'll see it fade to spring then summer, right at the very close. At the moment, neither of these two have found a way through. Ramaniaka hooked it down the line. Piers Barlow kept going. Allerton was in retreat. Lovely shift from Piers Barlow, who set it for Howards. She had 3 in goal to go round. Piers Barlow, switch for Ramaniaka. Howard clipped it for Piers Barlow. Well read by Nissan, who moved on for Allerton. Got away from Bowen. And set back for Kersey, who had options. Bo Piers Barlow was alert to them and got a boot in. A very measured start from both of these sides. For a Victoria Lions side, second highest scoring team in the league, a Hart side who have conceded the second most, and a Vic Lions side that have performed well against Carlton this season when they have met. All other 3 encounters they have won. Looking to go for a fab 4th, as it was Global Beatles Day yesterday, as Allerton's on the charge. Steered on for James, who had 2 to go round. Piers Barlow entangled and then came away with it with a bit of uncertainty, and then played a smashing switch for Ramaniaka, who had Bowen lurking out the back. Lucinda Bowen on return. Nissan got a foot in. Allerton then picked it off. And Clarissa Allerton was there to relieve the pressure. Piers Barlow, Howard. Humped on for Piers Barlow. Howard once again. Poked for Bowen, too much on it. There's been intricacy, there's been incision from Hart so far. There has not yet been the end product, perhaps the only bit of frustration on that particular touchline. As Stella Nissan is on the charge once again. She has been the Victoria Lions' bright spark so far. Bowen can counter the other way. And options up with her. Lucinda Bowen will keep it, though she ran out of room. Tidy challenge from Brianna Stellas. Just to hold her up. And set quickly for Piers Barlow. He was unable to blast it beyond Nissan. Ramaniyaka. Steered down the line for Bowen. Allerton across in the nick of time. Really testing Carlton half-heart. Howard clipped on, Bowen took it down, set it for Piers Barlow, who was lurking, and then the clearance inadvertently once again found touch. Hart still hunting the opener. Victoria Lions have spent much of this opening stint on the back foot. A setback for Olsen. Moved on for Howard. Ramaniyaka. In was Allerton. Ramaniyaka's take. Set on for Howard. Hart still hunting. Bowen on the lunge did brilliantly. Ramaniyaka equally so with pace while running back. Howard. Ramaniyaka. Bowen with a loose touch. It favoured Nissan, who had Stellas up with her. Wonderfully done by Stella Nissan. Taylor flicked it on. Bowen bundled. One back by Howard, who steered it for Piers Barlow, who is in behind and wins a corner. Cinder Bowen's take. Piers Barlow left it. Howard on the drive. Cleared away by De Cruz. Stellas couldn't rekindle. Piers Barlow got it from Howard. Ramaniyaka. Unable to find option further forward. Yusufai. Hearts have had all of the opportunities thus far in this half. Have not been able to play in a way that's got them a breakthrough. Still, you suspect from the opening quarter and an hour we've seen, Reece Interisi is pleased, though starting to grow a little bit in want of that opening goal. Gnomes Langham knows her side are doing their bit for the time being. There's Nissan. For De Cruz once more, set back for Allerton. Bowen was in chase. Calm was Clarissa Allerton. De Cruz, Nissan, no way beyond Lamari. Stella Nissan rekindled. Not the way out of trouble well. Allerton. Who was waiting on a move. Clarissa Allerton beyond Bowen. Allerton's drive! And Olsen was deeply worried as it flew beyond the far post. 5 to the break in Darabin, and that was the first real flashpoint of Carlton concern. As Allerton and Victoria Lions just snatching some of the ascendancy. Nissan unable to steer it down the line. Ramaniyaka wants to play it for Lamari. The press has been good. Reece Interisi wants timeouts. Maybe Hearts just are in need of a bit of a rethink. As time to the break ticks away. Allerton away from Bowen. It's a fine stop from Olsen, who was quick to release Lucinda Bowen the other way. De Cruz in retreat. Bowen, Piers Barlow, set back for Bowen, who was crowded by two. And Lamari kept it rolling. Allerton there to challenge. Stellas had it for her way. Yusufai cleared. Ramaniaka will send it straight back. Her drive was cut out by Allerton, who was waiting on runners further forward, two of whom approached, was unable to pick either, and Carlton will go to timeout unscathed. A not so cagey, a very free-flowing, though the scoreline is undamaged. It's 0-0 as we go to a break.
Claudia for Scalzo. Gisela Pepino.
Why do people hate Hume, and why do they hate where we're going to and heading to? I can truly say it's jealousy.
You can see he's pretty professional now. Even for me, from an outsider's perspective, I can see the development of the club, and it's just a different level.
I said, look, I want to take Hume into a different direction of expanding our connections, and that's when we started thinking abroad and thinking about, okay, what's Hume's future looking like? Are we going to sit the same, or are we going to grow?
A part of any journey is learning, right? So Adam's learnt a lot, you can see. Made a lot of mistakes in the past.
It was a rebuild. I took players from Championship. I took players from outdoor. Anything just to stay into the league. Obviously not to let the Hume badge fall. We took it into a different direction, which was the wrong direction.
And you can see how we can transform a team within a very short period of time. It's only been, 6-7 months? And we're like a really well-oiled engine now.
Going for top three, sitting top three at the moment.
And returning from timeouts for the first time in the final game, Reece Teresi and Carlton Hart, who for a quarter of an hour have had quite a good go at Victoria Lions. Just leaked a couple of opportunities in the last minute or so, so he fancied a word to maybe see them through more surely to the break. We are unbroken in the final game in Darebin. 0-0 between these two, though it has been far from drab. This more akin to something entertaining. Plenty of opportunities. Teams have played with purpose, and De Cruz is in behind and flashed it wide of the post. Comfortably Victoria Lions' best look, and was inches from the opening goal. They are getting closer as the half expires. Howard took a risk and it paid off. Rolled it on for Ramaniaka, who had two up with her. Howard continued her run away from Allerton. No, not away from Stellas, who did well to keep it alive. Rolled it on for De Cruz, who was calm. Set back for Nissan. Allerton. Patient from Victoria Lions. Clarissa Allerton kept it rolling just. Olsen again had a spill. And this time was met with more resistance than the initial, though the ball is a beauty for Bowen. And the save at the near post was needed. It will be a corner. What a piece of distribution from Emma Olsen. Tidy find for Bowen. Carlton corner to come. Cinder Bowen's take. Howard's gave it a clip over. Dropped off for Allerton. Rolled on for De Cruz. Bowen was there to press. More so than anything, Allerton lunged, gave it away to Piers Barlow, who stung the palms of Yusufai, and Bowen was on rushing. So the gather had to be a good one. Now Stellas. Victoria Lions opportunities to go forward have been without structure, though they've won themselves a corner. Piers Barlow, a little bit pedestrian. Big Lions corner late in the half, set for Allerton, who steered it wide. Has really been one of few and far between in terms of opportunities for Gnomes Langham & Co. Though they have finished the half brighter than they started. It took some time to settle. Stella Nissan battling with Bowen. Bowen wins out on that occasion. Howard, who lost out in kind. Nissan in behind. Oh, a touch a little too heavy, and Olsen went to go and gather. Howard tried to help it for Piers Barlow. Allerton left it. Yusufai rekindled. De Cruz had run out of room while charging at Howard. Either of these two have a late first half goal, get themselves to the break in a position of real positivity. Been able to push further forward. Howard steered it on. Here's Barlow, no way around Allerton. You just think for these two next season, what might Victoria Lions look like? What could Carlton Heart look like? More so than anything. Rival of Hume, Pascoe Vale as well being heavily touted to make their entry. These two teams could have quite a different complexion come the second half of 2026. You just wonder, you really just wonder what the off-season has to throw up. As Howard, here's Barlow, couldn't steer it further down the line once again. And for a half that has flowed freely, it is reaching a rather scrappy end. 92 seconds to the break in Darabin. As Howard set it long, Bowen had it break her way, and Yusufai, with two rushing, was there to intervene. She in turn went long. Piers Barlow nodded on. Ramaniaka's touch invited Stellas to win it. Now Allerton. Kersey. Poke beyond Piers Barlow, though Olsen was quickly out. Ramaniaka. Howard. We're going to give him room to roam into the first half's final minutes in Darabin. Allerton is looking to twist and turn out of trouble, though Bowen got a foot in. She came across. A measured half on both ends. It is a real rarity. I doubt in the women's game we have gone to half-time at 0-0 this season. Holmes Langham getting the fine jar open in the first half's final minute. Was not best pleased about that particular effort. Hard fling long for Bowen via Olsen. Kersey saw it out of play and she got the final touch. Inadvertently perhaps. As Howard couldn't poke it beyond. Stellas had the crews lurking. Ramaniaka was seen out of play. Is there one last look to change the first half script? Stellas' take on for Allerton, who is beyond Bowen and who does win a late corner. Maybe a final chance for either of these teams to get ahead. Allerton's take. De Cruz gave it a drive. Piers Barlow was there to block. Stellas went on the following. Poke beyond to Bowen. And Hard have got a counter. Right in the nick of time is Piers Barlow. And she was denied by Yusufai. Almost one end to the other. Corner set quickly. They will go again. 12 seconds. Bowen's take. Out for Piers Barlow to drive. And she will drive over. And so, the final half-time break of the campaign is the first one where we go in with things locked level. No one has been able to find a way through in a half that has been measured, though it has flowed freely. Half-time in Darabin for the final time this season. It's Carlton Heart 0, Victoria Lions 0.
Where everyone doubted us, coming from relegation, bringing in one of the best coaches in Australia for futsal, bringing in players that are young but can shine. I think that's the best step that we've taken, pretty much.
Nandul came in and brought different kind of energy. Obviously, I came back from injury pretty much the same week as Nandul signed with us, so it was kind of like a coincidence. You can see the progress and what we've been doing for that long, like how much we've improved as a club.
Even when they're undermanned, even when the odds are against them, like we're fighting this season. That's the beauty. Previously, when I came, I didn't know. I didn't have a feeling if we're going to come back or not. But now I always feel like we're in it.
When you're winning games, right, it brings a different energy. When you're winning week in, week out, or you drop points here and there, but like you're winning 80% of your games or something, you're on a high. I think it makes a really big difference to Adam. He's been unbelievable as a president, as he took over obviously last year. So he's obviously been a big part of all of this, and he's been doing unbelievable. Big credit to everyone, to be honest. We're on the right track, I believe, and hopefully we just get better from here.
It's all about the brotherhood. It's all about passion. It's all about, if my brother's falling down, what can I do to pick him up? Or how can I pick him up?
It doesn't matter what you do at a club. If you're there long enough, it becomes like your property kind of. It feels like you have a piece. You want to stand up and protect it. So I'll always want to protect this club, no matter what.
We focus on everything. We focus on all the aspects. And I think that's what a lot of clubs don't have. A lot of clubs hate on us because of that. And the fact that we bring passion to the sport, there's no limit. The sky's the limit. When you have teams like Fitzroy, who's been up there and played the nationals, or you have teams like Moreland who played national tournaments as well, if they can do it, why can't we?
I would say Layla Abdul to you.
I think Amanda Araha from Fitzroy.
Claudia Fuscalzo.
Oh, I'll be biased. Reed Jacobs, because she doesn't even know what she's got to do before she does it, let alone us. But then from across the league, Alexis from Fitzroy. She's too good. And Karina's alright.
Let me actually think. Fitzroy's white kit.
Which team has the best kid in the league?
Biased opinion, but also Fitzroy.
That's easy, it's us. I'm sorry, it's us.
Not a question, Melbourne AKU.
Liz Air.
I think that one will have to be Layla Abdulatif. She would definitely win every time.
Ooh. Layla Abdulatif. Baller.
If I was a girl, probably not Layla.
The most clutch player in the competition is definitely Claudia Fuscalzo. She is number one for sure.
Sarah Easthope. I'm going to say Amanda Aroha.
I think this player gets underrated a lot, but Rebecca Davis.
Claudia Fuscalzo. Gisela Pepino.
Why do people hate whom, and why do they hate where we're going to and heading to? I can truly say it's jealousy.
You can see he's pretty professional now. Even for me, from an outside perspective, I can see the development of the club, and it's just a different level.
I said, look, I want to.
And so, for the final time this season, we return from half-time. The deadlock's still unbroken between these two teams, a real rarity in this campaign. This is the first 0-0 at the half-time break of the season in its entirety. And to join me to close out the show, I'm joined by none other than Albion Chachi. Albion, first of all, good evening to you. It's a pleasure to have you here in Darebin. We know that you and your brother Aidan down at Pascoe-Vale are always big advocates for this Women's League. You're always big watchers of this league week in, week out. It's good to have you in the commentary box.
With the women's team coming in next season, it's an exciting thing, something to look forward to, and yeah, we'll see how it goes from there.
A lot of speculation about that Pascoe side. They will be coming into the mix for the second part of the year as Piers Barlow has hit the bar. Carlton oh so close to an opener. Inches from finding a goal that proved elusive. Retrospectively won a free kick, but she was so close to the first goal of this game. Ridiculous hit from Anna Piers Barlow. Yusufai beaten. Victoria Lions
He's not in the league yet.
who had had to hang on.
To get him to speed.
Had themselves tested.
Get Alvin to speed.
The Crews picked it up, but just on yourselves coming in to the league for the second part of 2026. How are you finding that? How is the excitement around that?
Good so far. We've obviously been behind the scenes working really hard to get a squad ready for next season. We've had our first open session yesterday, which went really well. We're looking to do the same next week. Hopefully more girls can get down. We're looking pretty good. We've got the skeleton of what we want to put out next season, but obviously there's a long way to go from now until then. So plenty of time to grow and to strengthen that squad for what's going to be a really exciting season next season.
Kersey's on the charge quickly. Howard got a block in. Victoria Lions wanted handball that was waved away. Ball was cleared out of play. That skeleton you mentioned there being quite a long time in between seasons. Of course, when you're in the transfer market, perhaps things feel a lot longer than what they might be with the turnaround for women's series futsal, especially when you're trying to build a new side. In the meantime, Ramaniaka behind Bowen, and Piers Barlow couldn't recover. Just how long, though, for Pascoe women's side? How long has that been a project, and how long has that been something you've wanted to consider?
Well, in terms of considering having a women's team in the league, that's been our objective from the start. However, as people who run clubs here may know, that there's a lot of things that go into running any sort of squad, men's, juniors, women's, whatever it may be. So what me and Aiden decided to do was to stabilise the club first, get us into a good position where we can expand from that. And I thought, this was the right time to do it. Me and Aiden, we found it to be that now, as the women's game is really growing, it's something that we really wanted to be a part of. And so for the last, probably this whole season, we've been sort of looking to make tracks on that. And it's finally come to fruition, thankfully. And we really can't wait, man. We're really excited.
Alison gave it away for Howard, who was there to intervene. She dropped it off for Piers Barlow. That's a gorgeous ball for Lamari, whose touch was a little loose on that occasion. For Pascoe, who are in and of themselves, when it comes to the men's side of things, a massive club. That transition into women's futsal always seemed on the cards for a club of your stature. It will be good to have you in there for the new season as well. It adds a load more excitement. Possibility perhaps for some players we have not seen before, perhaps a few favourites returning. You have to ask, even though you may not be able to answer, is there any sort of information you can tease to anyone watching?
Well, I'm not going to say names, but we do have, I can say that we will be announcing in the next week coaches and players and stuff like that, so you'll be hearing about that soon. Obviously, it would be rude of me to say anything now, but yeah, definitely be on the lookout for that, because it's definitely coming.
Certainly a bright future ahead over at Pascoe when it comes to that women's competition. You've seen the way that this season has really, I guess, transpired, the story that's come out of it. These two teams, Victoria Lions and Fitzroy claiming the title, but Victoria Lions running them close. What have been some of the better moments that you've been able to witness as someone who's been looking at this, understanding next season that you will be out here?
Well, I mean, you can't look past the game that took place last week. I mean, I would go as far as to say that on the men's and the women's side, that's probably the biggest game that's happened since we moved over from Thomastown over here to Darebin. It was a spectacle, and it delivered on all fronts. The game was fantastic. It was two sides that have been battling all season and proven that they are the two premier sides in the league.
It's hard to have an opportunity. Bowen was in behind. Lamari as well looking. Allerton went and cut it out quickly.
and they brought the fans, they brought the people down. It was great. It was a great advertisement for the sport, and I think, who wouldn't want to be a part of that? Who wouldn't want to take part in something that offers such a spectacle? And so, me and Aiden, we thought that, and we decided now was the right time to step in and throw our hat in the ring, so to say, and we're really looking forward to it.
Not the only new addition, who have come in as a bit of a dress rehearsal the last few weeks of the campaign. Pascoe Vale themselves will be starting from scratch as Kersey is in behind and has rattled the outside base of the post.
And that's great too. That's exactly what you want to see. I mean, obviously all the success that we can have in the men's side, and Hume are doing great things this season on the men's side of things. To see the likes of Hume, Pascoe Vale, hopefully we can get some other SFV teams to come over and to take over some women's sides, or to create some women's sides, to really show that this is a multifaceted sport. It's not just the senior men's that deserve to get all the spotlight. I mean, the women have been doing fantastic things for a long while, and for too long it's been sort of underrepresented. But it's fantastic to see that the sport's growing and that the women's side of things is growing at a really high rate. So it's really good to see that now the Series Futsal clubs, such as ourselves, such as Hume, are starting to notice that and to get involved.
I mean, two clubs with a lot of ambitions, two clubs with very massive projects outlaid in recent times, both yourselves and with Hume as well. What is it when it comes to Pascoe Vale on the women's side of things that will be looking to bring something different to Series Futsal?
Well, there's a certain mentality that you have to have when running a team anyway, regardless of what it is. Me and Aiden just have this relentless pursuit, ambition, drive to be the best, and we want to be the best on all fronts. And we've done that with the youth under 23s. We won the league last week. In terms of that, the men's side we've taken from the doldrums of State League 1 up to one of the biggest and best clubs in the country, I believe so anyway. And that's exactly the plan when it comes to the women's. We want to go in and we want to be the best, and we're not going to stop, and we're not going to give up until that's the eventuality.
And looking at how the season has gone this campaign as well, do you see something of an opportunity for Pascoe Vale to enter the league for the back end of the campaign and the back end of the year, and to make themselves well and truly known, and to make themselves well and truly established and hit the ground running?
Well, yeah, of course. It's just another avenue to showcase what the club is about, the values, the morals, the ideals. And, I want, when we say we want to be the best futsal club in the state, country, world, whatever you want to say, there's more than just one aspect to that. And, it's all well and good dominating in one aspect of things. Let's say you've got a good men's team that wins or whatever. But if you do not have a strong women's program, a good youth program, a good junior program, then can you really call yourself the best club in the state, country? Well, I don't think you can. And it's taken a while to get to that spot, especially for us, in order to be able to get there. It's going to take a while. No one said that it was going to be easy, but, that's where we want to get to. That's our aim and our ambition. So we're going to do the best we can to get to there.
Howard just warded off momentarily. So back for Lamari. She went in search of Piers Barlow. Kersey's got a counter and has got one up with her. The Cruz was the runner. Ramanioka was there to block. Olsen was ready to spring into action. Hearts have defended valiantly this evening. That's a tidy ball from Howard the other way. Lamari was starved of options momentarily. Allerton's turn to take over. Victoria Lions have an opportunity on the break. Kersey is streaming in behind. Ramanioka got a foot in, and Olsen came across to gather. There's been a lot of young players as well that have really broken through in the league this season on the women's side of things. Hearts have been a good example of that. Is something we can see too coming out of Pascoe Vale for the second half of the year?
Yeah, definitely. I think on the women's side, it's a lot easier for maybe younger girls to showcase that sort of talent. You see it a lot more often on the women's side of things than the men's. There's been examples of, girls as young as 14, 15, 16 years old coming, but not just coming in, but making a big impact in the league. And that's obviously something that is at a core of what we're doing with the men's side and with the under-23s as well. And that's exactly the same thing that we're going to be doing when it comes to the women's. You know, there's no limit to the talent that is on the women's side of the game, and that's definitely something that we're going to be looking towards.
Reece Interici wants timeout. He will get timeout. Carlton will have a word. Deadlock still unbroken in the second half. Hart 0, Victoria Lions 0.
Take Hume into a different direction of expanding our connections, and that's when we started thinking abroad and thinking about, okay, what's Hume's future looking like? Are we going to sit the same or are we going to grow?
A part of any journey is learning, right? So Adam's learnt a lot, you can see. Made a lot of mistakes in the past.
It was a rebuild. I took players from Championship. I took players from outdoor. Anything just to stay into league. Obviously not to let the Hume badge fall. We took it into a different direction, which was the wrong direction.
And you can see how we can transform a team within a very short period of time. It's only been, 6-7 months? And we're like a really well-oiled engine now.
Going for top 3, sitting top 3 at the moment, where everyone doubted us, coming from relegation, bringing in one of the best coaches in Australia for futsal, bringing in players that are young but can shine. I think that's the best step that we've taken, pretty much.
Nando came in and brought different kind of energy. Obviously, I came back from injury pretty much the same week as Nando signed with us, so it was kind of like a coincidence. You can see the progress and what we've been doing for that long, like how much we've improved as a club.
Even when they're undermanned, even when the odds are against them, like we're fighting this season. That's the beauty. Previously, when I came, I didn't know. I didn't have a feeling if we're going to come back or not. But
Returning from timeout. First time in this second half. Deadlock really unbroken in this game so far. For a season where teams who have been happy to score freely, who have been happy to take their time. This is a much more, I guess, calm end to the season. A much more calm final stint for a season that's given us so much. Maybe it had to be this way,
well,
given all the drama we've had.
Yeah, exactly. This league has been not short of excitement for the entirety of it. So I mean, maybe this was the only way that it was going to end.
They're still searching for a breakthrough, and Heart have won themselves a free kick. Stellas just came over the top, as did Taylor. Haven't been able to provide a breakthrough though yet. Have a Carlton Heart side who have looked the better of the two so far this evening. It's been a day for 0-0s that aren't too handy for some and a handier for others in this country of ours. First thing this afternoon, Australia got themselves round of 32 of the World Cup. As Piers Barlow's got a yards, and Yusufi was mostly untested. Turned to lob long. Howard was there to go and pick it off, and Anna Pierce-Barlow's got room to go again. Bowen up with her, and the drive was blocked by Allerton away for a corner. Just starting to knock on the door a bit more. Carlton Heart get only the one substitute this evening. A lot has been made of squad sizes as Pierce-Barlow's effort was crashed away. You talk about the open trainings that you've had in the week just gone, talking about the others that are planned. Is there an ideal number you have for a squad size when it comes to selecting for a women's team?
Well, it's easy to come in and say you want this many and that many, but unfortunately, you know, life happens sometimes, and things happen where squads numbers and sizes can change. It'd be nice to say that you could have a full bench every week, but sometimes it's just not the reality and it's not possible. But if you can build yourself a good core of girls who are committed, who are committed to each other, committed to the team, who are willing to go out there, then you'll be good every week, and then you build the pieces around that, and that's where you get your numbers from. But I mean, you know, it's a bit too early to say now. There's still a long way to go before we have anything ready to go for the start of next season. But you know, hopefully we can go out there with a good big squad every week with lots of talented girls and really make a statement in this league. You know.
At the moment, still these two have certainly been trying for nearing on half an hour of stop clock futsal. No one's found a way through. The post has been hit a couple of times. Yusufi and Olsen have had a bit to do. Lamari's got some room now, and Heart have got an opportunity. Steered towards Bowen, and Piers Barlow, who was arriving, And once again, Yusufai was there to deny. Taken in a hurry for Howard, who got in ahead of Stellas, poked back by Piers Barlow. Bowen. Lamari again with whip, though this time without much success. And in terms of coming into that league next season, what would you deem a successful campaign for Pascoval?
Well, I mean, you know, everyone has the same ambitions at the start of the season, and that's to obviously go out and win it. But, you know, you have to be realistic sometimes, and it's not as simple as just gathering a good bunch of girls together and going out there. You can see, you know, with squads like Fitzroy, that it's a squad that's been built up over a long period of time, and now it's just come to fruition. This was their first title in a couple of seasons now, and it's not like they haven't had a fantastic squad for the entirety of that duration. It's just, you know, it takes more than that to build a successful club and to build a dynasty, and that's where we're going to be looking to start. Obviously, success is different for different people, and what counts as success for someone is different to someone else. We have our own internal goals and ambitions, and we'll be working towards those. As far as what those are going to be, a bit early to say for now out loud, but we definitely know what we want to do and what we want to achieve, and we'll make sure we do everything we can to get to those goals.
Still these two sides pressing to close the season. Bowen has a side ball. Heart have just off that timeout come back a bit brighter, giving themselves a couple of opportunities. If you're Reece Interisi, you must just start a little bit of frustration starting to creep in on the Carlton Heart touchline as to whether or not a goal will come. Bowen take two. Piers Barlow this time forced a good save out of Yusufai, who got a firm pair of hands behind it. Lamari's in a hurry. Howard returned it. Hit no further than Nissan. Stellas then picked it off. Nissan again. Piers Barlow with a good read, though she took a tumble. De Cruz got a foot in. Allerton. Stellas' touch was loose. Lamari then recovered on for Howard as we've ticked into the final 10 minutes of the season. Bowen. Piers Barlow. Again for Lucinda Bowen. Heart have been measured. Howard is arriving, and Yusufai was there to make the denial and make the save, and then has had a moment in and of her own. And this could be a gift. A real gift. Two teams who have not been able to find a way through, and Carlton Heart have got a golden opportunity.
It's just a lapse of concentration there, and hopefully it doesn't come back to bite them, you know.
This may be what they've been looking for. Howard, Piers Barlow, Bowen, all talking over it. Victoria Lions all being set, 3 in it at the moment. And so, for a game that has been starved of goals, that has been starved in the second half of opportunity, Heart have got an opportunity at least to break their fast. Real deliberation over these awaiting to take the free kick. Howard, Piers Barlow, blocked by the wall, and the follow-up was steered wide by Lamari as Bowen was looking at the back post. That really, Albion, is a let-off for Victoria Lions.
Yeah, those are the opportunities that, if you're Carlton and you've been knocking on the door all game, it's been handed to you almost on a silver platter there. You need to take those, because a team with the quality of Victoria Lions, they're only going to need one chance to go right on to the other end and take it, you know.
And this still has some skin in the game for Heart as well. They can, if they win tonight, go back above 1-0. They can finish in the top 4, which, for a side that didn't win any of their first 6 games, is quite a remarkable turnaround in the time that's gone on since. As Piers Barlow begins the next wave. Lamari was on the overlap. Heart are pouring forward. Bowen was on her own, and still somehow no one can find a way through.
And like you said earlier, that frustration surely has to be creeping in now, because that's another chance that if you take it, it puts you in a real comfortable position for the rest of the game.
Carlton Heart corner. Bowen's take. Howard away from Kersey. Clip for Lamari. Important touch from Allerton. Heart again just starting to turn the pressure up. Saw it a lot in the first half. They were quick to go and get at Victoria Lions, quick to try and turn the screw. There's Lamari. Again, Bowen. De Cruz just warding her off. Lucinda Bowen with 2 to contend with. Wasn't able to, though could keep it. Almost feels like one of those games where one goal might be the winner, which is something you don't really say a lot in futsal, is it? You think it's a goal-filled game, but this, it just has that feel where someone has to take a chance at some point, and that might be it.
And especially in the women's game where you see such high score lines so often, particularly involving Victoria Lions this season, the fact that it's still 0-0 shows what a cagey contest this has been, and who knows, it might end that way, it might just be 1 goal to win it, or maybe the floodgates will start opening. We'll see how it goes.
And time is now just maybe becoming a little bit of a factor if either want to win this game. 8 to go for the season in Darebin, and what a season it's been. Victoria Lions, although it will have a bit of a bittersweet feeling to it, will want to end on a win. Carlton Hart wanting to be the second team aside from Fitzroy to pick points off them this season. 1-0 did so earlier on. That was the first sign that maybe we'd have a title race that could go the distance, and thankfully we have done. So we're one with Aku and Fitzroy last season as Bowen forces a good save out of Yusufai. Another Carlton corner. They've just in the last 5 minutes, Albion, started to put their foot down a bit more.
Yeah, they're turning up the heat now, and they've really started peppering the Vic Lions goal, but something has to come of it, you know.
Oh, good save from Yusufai again. Piers Barlow had it break her way.
With every shot that doesn't go in, that frustration is going to start just building and building and building, and they're going to start snatching at opportunities.
There's Bowen in behind, and once again denied. Kersey also got a clip. She's in some discomfort behind the play, which will now be halted. Might have accidentally worn a hand in her face, clutching at her jaw. Doesn't seem to be anything serious, though. You have to take precautions. Noams Langham talking with Maria Patricus down on the touchline. Carlton corner on resumption. Bowen for Piers Barlow. Battle with De Cruz, who was again in a little bit too firmly and gives away a free kick.
She's not happy with that one.
Certainly he's not best pleased. It's been a bit of a night of frustration for De Cruz. Piers Barlow is also one who can play on that a little bit too. Such a tenacious player. Another Hart free kick. Howard's take. Bowen. Clip to the back post, which was vacant. Lamari will make an attempt to keep it in, though it will be unsuccessful. Season has gone by really quickly. When you think about the fact that February, it really doesn't feel that long ago. We've had so many different teams go through so many different changes as the campaign's gone on. Has there been one, though, that's impressed and stood out to you more than any?
Well, there's a lot of different storylines that have taken place this season. You can start with the Vic Lions, who we're looking at right now, who came out of nowhere with a squad that was very experienced. A lot of players flying in from interstate, a lot of futsal roos, a lot of national team players.
Nissan has an opportunity. Olsen was again there on hand to deny.
Who came in seemingly out of nowhere and gave Fitzroy a big run for their money, which no other team really looked like they were going to do this season. It looked like it would have been a bit of a whitewash for them if it wasn't for Vic Lions and Gnomes and the girls to give them a real battle right until the second last week of the season. And for a long time, they looked like, you know, the ones that were going to go ahead and do it, being in the driver's seat for so long. And then, you know, that's just the experience of Jimmy and Scott and the rest to keep your composure when things aren't always going your way and come out on top. And I think that's probably the big story of the season is Fitzroy showing again just how amazing of a squad they are, amazing club they are at all levels to go and take this one where it really was not in their hands for a long time.
It was a really, almost felt like two, not necessarily polar opposites, but two very different setups. You had a side that had been built over season on season. This Victoria Lions time looking to be the first team that won a title in their debut season for the first time in a long time. We haven't seen that, and we rarely do see it. Usually it takes those seasons of squad building It's a real testament, though, you have to say, in some ways to the setup they've had, to the way that Gnomes has been able to coach this side, to the way that they've recruited in order to put a competitive squad together that was able to go right down to the wire.
Yeah, absolutely. You got to give them a lot of credit for being able to, in a short amount of time, put something together that could really challenge. And I mean, it shows that there's more than just one way to skin a cat, and there's a lot of way to go about. Oh, here we go.
As the Cruiser's in behind, Nissan also got a flick and was placed wide of the post.
And it's all about, getting the right ingredients and getting the right momentum at the right time, and everything kind of needs to fall in place for you in order to succeed at in such a sport.
And Clarissa Allerton is down now, and is in a bit of discomfort. Might have just landed awkwardly on the back end of that challenge. Lucinda Bowen was also hobbling momentarily, though she seems to be all right. Allerton, ever a tough character. Thankfully, too, looking as though she's able to continue as well, though. Gingerly, it must be said.
And she's an absolute leader for this side, someone who, sets the standards for sure in this squad. And when you've had such volatility isn't the right word, but not always the same team every week, to have a veteran presence like her, she's been around for so long and done it for so long. To have someone like that in the squad, it's a real bonus, and Vic Lyons definitely took advantage of that this season.
Multiple time MVP, was terrific with Aku, terrific with Western United. As Stella Nissan is in behind. Here's Barlow in retreat. Bowen was central and well so. Lamari to spear it on, and Allerton's there to intervene once again. Final few minutes of the season, final knockings of one which has given us almost everything. As Bowen's in behind, and Yusufai again saves, though it will be a Carlton corner. Time now factor if anyone wants to go and win this game. Howard from it, blocked by Kersey. Quite call for handball, was ever so quickly waved away. He mentioned it was not even maybe turbulence. Turbulence is also a tricky word to use for when it comes to availability for Victoria Lions, but there was a wide range of players that have been sought after this season. They've had those inconsistencies at times. They have suffered with injuries. Gnomes Langham's been very open about that too. When you consider all of that, to have had some consistent players, but then also with those injuries to put in the performances they've had, it has set them up at the end of a season where, even though they don't win the league, it is one they look back on, you have to say, positively.
It's the only way you can look at it, and it goes to show you got to give a lot of credit to the girls there at the club who have instilled that mentality off the bat, and who have, given themselves
As Allerton finds the breakthrough. Hearts are not pleased about this. They think it struck an arm, but Clarissa Allerton, on a night where a goal may not look like it had come, finds a way through.
And that's what we were talking about. Hart was just knocking and knocking and knocking all game, and all it takes is one goal now to just completely crush them, and hopefully for the remaining 4 minutes or so it doesn't make them drop their heads completely. Maybe they'll give us a good game to finish this one off, to finish the season off.
They've got to go and find a way to save themselves now, Hart, on the final day. You think back a couple of weeks ago when they played Hume, they had many, many opportunities. It felt like one of those nights. Tonight is looking as though it'll be a similar story. Defeated 3-2 on that night. They hit the post 5 times, they hit the bar twice. They did everything but score. Tonight they've had many a look as Nissan just got the wrong side of Lamari momentarily. Piers Barlow's on the press. Kersey clipped it. Stayed away by Howards. Allerton, Nissan. Fancies a go at Lamari. Stella Nissan with a good shift away from both of them. 2 were sat down. Olsen dived in. Somehow it stayed going. And then Emma Olsen was there to claim it. And a quick release for Howard, who only had one up with her. Howard may not need Lamari's support, though might have liked it. Allerton. Beyond Piers Barlow, Clarissa Allerton's drive not wide of the post by much, and she's really stepped up the last couple of minutes.
Absolutely, and this one is just starting to sort of heat up a little bit, just starting to, Carlton have been a team that at times this season have been fired up and, they get aggressive when it needs to be. And I think especially with a goal that's, under a bit of scrutiny at the moment, it's going to give them that fuel and that energy to go out there and really give it a go for the rest of this one.
Clara Ramaniaka, maybe a subplot. Unsure if she will come back on in this second half. Reese Teresi just asked the question and got an uncertain response. Someone who could change this game for Hart. And this and for Kersey, one more for Victoria Lions. Might put it out of sight on what has been a bit of a strange one to close the show. Not often you see a 1-0 at Series Futsal, certainly not since we made the move to Darabin. There's been goals galore this season in particular, 2 of it over 100. Victoria Lions are one of them. As Kersey gave it a drive, and you heard Gnomes Langham, that's a fine.
That's not the first fine that she's given out today, so, maybe they need to keep those shots down.
Ooh, Gnomes Langham wants time out now as well. As Kersey went to clip forward, though couldn't find one of promise. Time is really ticking away in the season for these two. And you look ahead for what's to come. If you've just joined us, Albion Charty's given us a great insight into what Pascovel will bring to this division once they join it in Season 2 of 2026. It's been something that's been in the pipeline for a while. The blueprint's been there for some time. There's always been speculation. I remember earlier on this season of Pascovel entering a side into the women's competition, and it's good to see a club of their stature, of their history, now adding to the women's game as Nissan unable to keep it away. That time out, as the time ticks away, is just having to be waited on more and more. Piers Barlow on for Howards, who tumbled, and Allerton cleared, though Piers Barlow won it back. Nissan got a foot in, Howard had stayed down. And still, Gnomes Langham will not get to that break just yet.
And they're really going to need it now. I think you can tell that they're losing a bit of the control of this game, and that timeout will come in really handy, and it's going to break the momentum of Carlton as well, more than anything, and that's what she's banking on. But as long as Carlton can keep possession here, they're a threat to score, that's for sure.
Hart need an equaliser to avoid defeat to close. Piers Barlow away from Kersey, and Yusufai concedes the corner. It's a real anxious wait for Gnomes Langham and Victoria Lions as we tick beyond the final 2 minutes here in Darabin.
And she's been great this game, keeping Carlton at bay and making sure that they don't get the goal that they've been looking for this entire time.
Could be searching for a clean sheet to close the season.
There you go, a rare one.
Not often that you say that. It's not been a season for clean sheets. Emma Olsen's kept one at the other end when Hart hit a really rich vein of form. And they are looking to ensure that Victoria Lions can't close out with one. It's cleared away by Allerton. Bowen poked on for Piers Barlow. Set a little bit behind Lucinda Bowen. Lamari waited well. Piers Barlow's flick, and there will be the opportunity for that break. When we return, we'll have the best part of 90 seconds to close the season. As we go to timeout, it's Carlton Hart 0, Victoria Lions 1.
Now I always feel like we're in it.
When you're winning games, right, it brings a different energy. When you're winning week in, week out, or you drop points here and there, but like you're winning 80% of your games or something, you're on a high. I think it makes a really big difference to Adam. He's been unbelievable as a president, as he's got obviously last year. So he's obviously been a big part of all of this, and he's been doing unbelievable. Big credit to everyone, to be honest. We're on the right track, I believe, and hopefully we just get better from here.
It's all about the brotherhood. It's all about passion. It's all about, if my brother's falling down, what can I do to pick him up? Or how can I pick him up?
It doesn't matter what you do at a club. If you're there long enough, it becomes like your property kind of. It feels like you have a piece. You want to stand up and protect it. So I'll always want to protect this club, no matter what.
We focus on everything. We focus on all the aspects. And I think that's what a lot of clubs don't have. A lot of clubs hate on us because of that. And the fact that we bring passion to the sport, there's no limit. The sky's the limit. When you have...
Here we go then. Hart returning. Piers Barlow's got the fly on. They're going to go 5th to close the season in search of an equaliser. We've not seen this at all from Carlton so far this season. And honestly, Albion, why not?
Yeah, I mean, you got nothing to lose. You got a minute and a half to go for your season, and you're looking for it. So there's no real better time to go for it than now.
Everything to gain for Carlton Hart. They could pick up a point in what precious time remains. See if they can go and pinch something. They put in a performance tonight as well that may be worthy of a draw. And the points being split evenly on the end of a harsh bit of luck as Emma Olsen makes way.
Yeah, absolutely. You've probably said that they've had the better of the chances of the two sides, and
Hannah Piers-Barlow closes the season in the book.
in typical fashion, you should say.
There's been no stranger to a yellow card this season, Piers-Barlow. Fittingly closing the season. Receiving a booking from Maria Patrikis. She was not happy about it either.
No.
Really not best pleased.
But then again, that's sort of been the MO for Anna this season, but she's a fantastic player, that's for sure.
Piers-Barlow having to quickly charge back off. All well and good that time. Emma Olsen reinstated between the sticks. Her and Reece Interisi will be in conversation about it. For a game that has flowed pretty well in this second half, approaching the final minute, things have just slowed down a little bit between both of these teams. We saw it in the first half as we approach the season's final minute here in Darebin. Hearts have gone 5th. They're hunting an equaliser in a game that looked like for a long time it might not have a goal. Clarissa Allerton popped up with something a little bit special for Victoria Lions, who will want to close the season somberly, albeit with a win, although Piers-Barlow is darting Yusufi. Made a fantastic save. In fact, an alteration maybe for the final minute between the Victoria Lions sticks. They made the change as Raywin Lisa will close out their season in goal. Holmeslagham also keeping us on our toes to finish the campaign as Lamari, Howard, Ramaniaka is there. One last look for Carlton Hart. Reece Interisi will hope so. Mari for Bowen once again. They've got to get a shot away. Realistically, time's still ticking. Bowen was on her own. The ball maybe was one too many and the touch was too loose. That might be that.
Yeah, what's there, 13 seconds left to go now, and they just need to manage the game from here. Vic Lions.
Shimpad's gone flying. And Piers-Barlow has lost her shin pads, has been asked to pull her socks up. This is from Maria Patrikis, really. Is the letter of the law more so than anything, even if she's not best pleased about it. Carlton Hart's number 9. Kersey and Victoria Lions seeing out the seconds. The shots will be ricocheted. Though they can't win the title, they will at least end the season with a win. And what a season it has been for Victoria Lions. A top 2 finish on debut for Hearts, not the ending they wanted. Albion, pleasure as always to have you join me in the commentary box for the final 20 minutes. We look forward to seeing you and your Pascoe Vale side in the season that follows.
Thanks, Ethan. All the best, mate.
Teams like
All the
Fitzroy
best to
who've
you
been up
too.
there
And for anybody watching,
played the
we'll
national-
be gone for a couple of weeks. The new season is right around the corner, and we'll see you Sunday.
Well, you have teams like Moreland who played national tournaments as well. If they can do it, why can't we?